Oh my gosh, a hype train. Hello, welcome to Spooky Tuesday. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. Silver Streak, great to see you. There's been a murder up in this club? Yes, there has been. By this club? Probably. Yes, I think so. Most likely. Salt Ranger, Valis. The song has Doom vibes. Interesting. I guess I don't know the Doom music that well. I've never played a Doom. Oh my gosh. Hype level 1 achieved. Thank you, everyone. 6-7. Am I going to be arrested for being subscribed for 18 months? Is that an arrestable offense? I hope not. I'll let it slide this time, but don't let it happen again. Thank you very much for 18 whole months of subscription. I appreciate all your support very much. Unsecret Crush says, I think that's how you get out of being arrested, actually. I wouldn't go that far. Valis, one get out of jail free card, please. Granted. Thank you. 21 months. That's so many. Thank you. Culinary, good vibes to you as well. Been looking forward to this since last week. Oh gosh, me too. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. And Silver, what the heck? 2 gift subs to 2 wonderful people, French Toast Please and Mousimus. Thank you so much, Silver, for all your support. It is very much appreciated. I should play Doom? Okay, noted. I should maybe do a stream where I just play a bunch of games that I would not normally play. I've got some I've been thinking about. I'm writing down Doom. I probably wouldn't play them all the way through on stream, but that might be fun. Doom is a very important game in gaming lineage, also a good one. Worth checking out. Yes. Verdant Tree, hello. Howdy to you as well. Okay, hopefully, I said hello to everyone. Oh, I forgot to set some things up on my iPad here. One moment, please. I just got to arrange my apps in the proper manner. So I don't know how this is going to go today. I'm a little nervous. That maybe I'm soft locked. I think I'm probably not, but it does seem like a little bit of a possibility. We'll see. I think I wrote down, try searching for more evidence. So that's where we're going to start. We're going to go to all the places we have unlocked and search them for more evidence. Gosh, did we do that already last week? I can't remember, but we'll try it again. If that fails to uncover anything new, then I think we will have to go around and question everybody again, like really thoroughly, which I'm not excited about, but I'll do it. And if that fails, then I'm becoming very nervous and wondering if maybe I should back up. I think if I have to back up, if it looks like I need to back up, I will probably go all the way back to, oh my gosh, we're about to beat our last record. That's very exciting, on the hype train. Thank you all. I think I would back up to before I arrested anyone, and then I would try to go through the arrest process. Culinary, thank you so much for 45 bits. The Swamp Gator loves those. Have the rest of my bits. Thank you. Very much appreciated. We'll, if necessary, go back to before anyone was arrested, and we'll just try to go through the arrest process as slowly as possible. Silver, thank you so much for 100 bits for the Gator. Thank you. And we'll see how that goes. We know there's some items we can find, so maybe if we're more careful, we can find those items before arresting certain people and then have an opportunity to get more dialogue or something. That's kind of all I can think of. Culinary a shout out. Silver, I missed your stream the other day of Eternites? Eternites? I think that's how you would say it. I assume it's a mashup of Eternity and Nights. But I caught just the tiniest bit of it. And it looked interesting, and it sounds like you had a lot of fun with it. I might have to go back and watch a bit of that stream. Am I correct in thinking that had a little bit of a Persona vibe to it. Like it seemed like teens doing RPG stuff. And also there's some dating maybe? Is there dating? Persona plus action combat. Okay, nice. Play style savvy trendsetters? All right, I'll put it on the list. Hype train complete at level 2, 36%. Your community contributed a total of 4 gift subs, 245 bits, and $0 of hype chat. Which frankly is good. I think hype chat is weird. But thank you all again. I appreciate all your support so much. Style savvy trendsetters. That would be hard to stream though, huh? But maybe I should just play it. Make Nintendo support the 3DS eShop again. Yeah, I got out my 3DS the other day, and first of all, spent a while charging it because it was super dead. And then I looked at the eShop. Then I updated it because it wouldn't let me do anything without updating it. But then I loaded up the eShop, and it was just a sad thing to look at because like all the software is still there, but anytime you like open something up, it's like, this is currently unavailable forever. It's all very sad. Okay, sorry, just doing stuff here. College age young adults. Okay, cool. Which also means more crass slightly. Interesting. Verdantry says, teens doing some RPG stuff and some dating maybe is the most accurate and best description of Persona I've ever heard. Good. Don't know if there's a way you could play it without me having to nuke my save on the cart. Oh, saves on the cartridges. Shit. I forgot about that whole thing. Yeah, that's a bummer. Oof. Occasionally I think about nuking the save anyway so I can experience trendsetters from the beginning, but my closet is so extensive. Oh, that's the worst decision to have to make. God. I think the data is on the card anyway, but maybe I'm wrong. So that would mean it's a DS game, right? Not a 3DS? Is that correct? I would think if it was 3DS, the save would be on the system. I think. It's been a while. Salt Ranger says, I love the 3DS, but I have trouble playing games on anything smaller than a Steam Deck now. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I feel like I tend to not have huge amounts of difficulty with that, but definitely like if I'm playing for a long time, I've always had a little bit of trouble. I never know how to hold almost any handheld system, honestly. Hinton, hello. Please don't do too many cool requests until my meeting finishes in 1 hour. Okay, that's up to everyone. Please don't request anything cool for an hour. Also, we'll try not to do anything interesting in the game. But I wish you luck with your meeting, Hinton. There was a game royalty-free music humble bundle today, which was well priced, but I did not realize it was mostly FLAC, so now I'm downloading. Thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet on Secret Crush. Downloading 30 gigs of music. Oh no. What am I going to do with 30 gigabytes of music? That is a pretty sizable amount. Personally, I like having FLAC files. Like generally what I do if I get FLAC downloads is I'll keep those as a backup somewhere, and then I'll make, nice bitrate MP3s out of them or whatever. And that way, if I ever want to re-encode them in some, new format years from now or something, I can do that. The playdate is so small in my meaty paws. Oh yeah, that is a tiny little guy. Unsecret Crush gets her playdate tomorrow, which is very exciting. I always forget about the game. I go, yeah, sometimes there's a game. It's true. Occasionally for a little bit. Audio Odyssey bundle. Okay, I finally caught up on chat. So, game time? Perhaps? I think it's game time. Okay. Try searching for more evidence is my latest note. Save file 20. We arrested Susie. Let me double check that that is our most recent save file. We can go ahead and get over here at least. DOSBox. Murder. Gotta go into the murder folder. Okay, 20.dat is our most recent file. I always need music for game ideas and sometimes stream stuff. This is especially important as I have no interest in music generally, so I don't know what to look for. So now I have a bajillion things. Here's hoping they're good. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I have the opposite problem with music in that I care about music too much. So like I often think about finding my own selection of royalty-free music that I can stream safely, but like it takes me so much time to like find stuff that I'm like super happy with. All right, Murder Club, here we go. Hi JB, how's the investigation going? You know, you're the one guy who can solve this case without all hell breaking loose, says Catherine with a smile. Let's load 20. Hey Harold, do you intend to spend the rest of your life working on this case? Hurry up, will you? We're busy here. We got a lot of things to do in case you haven't noticed. I have noticed. I'm doing my best to do them all. Silver says, I will say that I've recently commissioned some custom music, and that is a weird experience for one who can't articulate anything about music. Yeah, that does sound like a challenge to do. Okay, so we're gonna go out and we're gonna go to every place that we have a search warrant for, and we're going to search it thoroughly. And I really, really hope we find something because this feels like our best bet at actually making progress. I'm going to get very concerned if we're not successful here. But I feel like just based on... Actually, let's go ahead and look at our numbers real quick. So collecting evidence, we're at 68. So there's quite a bit of evidence still to be found. And I think like it feels like that's key in continuing the interrogation process, because like it seems like a lot of the interrogation process is presenting relevant evidence to the people we've arrested in order to get them to reveal more information. So my thought is that once we uncover some more items, we can show them to the people we've already arrested and get more information out of them. And then, you know, that will kind of keep the ball rolling. General investigation, we're at 97. So we just have like a tiny bit left. Again, that's like the questions we can just ask anyone that is has not been arrested. So my assumption there is that we will probably like unlock one or two additional topics at some point, and then we can go around and ask people about those to get our remaining points there. I guess it's also possible we've, you know, missed some stuff. Like I certainly don't expect to get 100 points in all of these categories. Interrogation is when we arrest someone and bring them into the station for questioning. That like it's interesting there because we're at 38 points out of I assume 100. I'm pretty sure these all go up to 100. But we've arrested over half the people that we can arrest, as far as I can tell. Like there's a set list of people we can request an arrest warrant for, and I think we've gotten about 7 of them. So that tells me that we will get more information out of the people we've already interrogated at some point, which, again, I assume we accomplish by presenting new evidence to them. Vital information, we're doing pretty great on, 72 points out of 100. Very, very good, I think. Total investigation, 68 out of 100. I assume total investigation is like kind of your 100% completion guideline. Like, I think it's just a combination of all the other categories. So one thing I'm really curious about is when this will end exactly. I have no idea how any of that works. I don't know if there are multiple endings, or if there's just, one. I don't know. It could be a situation where there's only one ending, but, maybe based on what we know, like, we'll feel differently about it. Like, it seems possible, given that we've had to piece so much of the story together on our own. It seems possible that, maybe there's one ending, but you might perceive it in different ways depending on what you've uncovered. I don't know. Just a thought I've had. But yeah, I don't know when exactly it will end. Like, do we need to get all the vital information in order to get to the ending, or is that not necessarily the case? I really don't know. Judd Gregory from the hospital says, "You seem to be on the right path now, JB. I hope you will relieve my troubled mind soon." I hope so too, Judd. JB is us. All right. So pretty much we're just going to everyone's houses. I don't think we've gotten a search warrant for... Oh, no. The clinic. The clinic is the one place, I think, that's not a home that we've gotten a search warrant for. So let's start here at Bill Robbins' house, which is now empty because we've arrested Fred. Nothing of interest here. I think we've already searched this at the current point in the game, but we want to make sure we haven't missed anything, so we'll be thorough. Previously, we found earrings in the bedroom and a bloody knife in the kitchen here. Edward Robbins' house. Barbara's still here. So let's show our warrant. Let's see. We found a newspaper clipping in this room. That was relatively recently. We found a letter to SM, who we now know definitively is Susie, in Fred's room, that said, "I will kill for you." I think that's everything we found in this house. Carson's house. So I think this is the one that we got a search warrant for relatively early on in the search warrant process, and we still haven't found anything here, as far as I recall, which is interesting. Just a bunch of tacky dresses. Nothing of interest. Nothing. No new leads. Beckert's Clinic. So here we found the wig. Nothing but People magazines. I don't think we can take the People magazines, unfortunately. Turns up nothing. Mr. Nuclear Monster. Hello, hello. I had to zoom in on this little emote here. That's a very good little computer guy. Hope you are doing well this evening. Thank you. I'm glad you like my emotes. Okay, nothing here. We're in consulting room, exam room, and nothing else here. This is the room we found the wig in. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. So now we're going to the doctor's house. This house art is so interesting to me. The pink windows, like, I don't know if they're going for, those are curtains on the inside or it's an unusual lighting effect. I mean, obviously you have to make some unusual choices now and then with an EGA color palette, but no clues here. So previously, no, Susie was here, but she has now been arrested. Oops. Nothing relevant. I searched here, right? No clues. Susie's room. Let's see. Susie's room. Do we find anything here before? I don't think so. We found in the doctor's room, we found the scalpel that might have been used for murder. My moat is vaguely borrowed from a 90s Panasonic CRT manual I found when doing some research before waffling on buying it. Nice. It definitely has that vibe, which is a fantastic vibe. Okay, I'm nervous here, y'all. Brian Ayler's house. Yeah, we've also arrested him. I don't think we've ever found anything here. Have we? Let's do a quick review of the evidence we've gathered. I'm pretty sure I've made notes on all the evidence we've gotten. So there's probably nothing on this page. Earrings with the initials SM were found in Janet's room. Knife was found in the kitchen. Wig at the clinic. Scalpel at the doctor's house. Personal letter from Fred's room. List of members in Thorpe's house. I have a question mark there, but I'm pretty sure that is in fact where we found it. Oh, that's right. We found Brian's bank book in his study. And we did eventually determine that he got that money for stealing the car that we have known about since the beginning of the game. And I believe we have now confirmed is the car the body was found in. Yeah, I really like these keycaps. Big fan of them. Just really nice look and feels pretty good too. We found a gun in Dave's closet, which we eventually determined was Shelley's gun that he was apparently hiding for him. Had both of their prints on it. We found Bill's life insurance policy in Janet's room. That was at her parents' house. There's so many things we still haven't pieced together, like we found out about the Liberty Bank embezzling funds 20 years ago, and that is somehow connected to the Robbins case, but I don't think we really understand that yet. We also found out that Glenn Axworthy was responsible for basically disposing of what's that guy's name? Henry Klein's body. He transported his body to his house and then set the house on fire. And again, that was 20 years ago. So we got lots of crimes that happened 20 years ago, and we're pretty sure like they're connected to the current events in some way. I assume that way is that all these crimes were done by the titular murder club, but we don't really know that yet. Is that all the evidence? That's all the evidence I'm seeing notes about. Glenn Axworthy, professional tourist hitman. Yes, exactly. He just loves traveling. All right, back to our searching. So again, in the study here is where we found Brian Ayler's bank book. Have you figured out yet how the people who died of illness 20 years ago were actually murdered? No. I think Henry Klein is the only one that we've found any information about at all. And I would say we still don't 100% know that he was murdered, but like, you know, someone disposed of his body. So like, I'm sure he was murdered, right? But we don't know how. I don't think anyone really talked too much about his death. In fact, for a while, it was unclear if he was even dead or just no longer around. But then we also have a variety of other deaths that happened 20 years ago. Let's see. Shelley's. Shit. We know Janet and Dave's mother died 20 years ago. Okay, yeah. Susie's father died of cardiac arrest when she was 4. So that was also exactly 20 years ago. And then her mother died sometime after that. But I can't help but think that was maybe unrelated. Or at least not directly related. That's just a hunch, though. I feel like there's someone else also. Oh, Thorpe's father died and left him like the theater. I want to say that was 20 years ago, but I'm not positive. I don't even know whose notes that would be under. I almost wish I had all this stuff in the computer so I could like search it and like cross-index things. Okay. That was Ayler's lyrics. Don't need to go to Carrington's house. It's next. Typical suburbia. No clues here. Joe and Martha's room. I don't think we found anything there. Dave's room, again, is where we found the gun. Nothing there now. Janet's room is where we found the life insurance policy. And I think that's everything we found in this house so far. Nothing. Russell Thorpe's. Again, we're going to search. We're going to get covered in soot again. Unfortunately, we can't take the soot. I'm pretty sure we found the list of Red Tie Club members. And again, Red Tie Club is a group of people, including Russell Thorpe, Stephen Beckert, the doctor. They were the organizers of this club. Also, Henry Klein, who, again, was killed. That is the first husband of Martha Carrington, who is the mother of Janet, Bill's wife, Bill being the deceased that we are currently investigating, and also Dave. So Henry Klein was their biological father. And also Edward Robbins. Edward Robbins is the father of Bill Robbins, and also kind of the big guy in town. He's like the the most business of businessmans. He seems to be very powerful, and also, oh right, we know specifically. I was gonna say, like, he seems like he's probably doing some crimes, but we know specifically that he asked Glenn Axworthy to dispose of Henry Klein's body. Also, a thing I just thought of that I hadn't really thought about too much until just this moment is, I wonder if Henry Klein was threatening to, like, turn everybody in, like to admit to the crimes of the Red Tie Club. And that's why he got killed. Because it does seem a little unusual that one of the members of that club was killed by another member of that club. Back to the search. Oh, we're done here. Oh boy, I'm so nervous. What are we missing? Shelley McDonald's house. Of course, she is also arrested. So here we found a scarf with blood on it. So Shelley had a sister. Bill married her sister in New York, spent all her money, and then left her. And then she shot herself with the gun we found in Dave's closet. I'm not sure exactly when this happened. I feel like it probably was, I don't know, in the past few years, I would guess. So Shelley eventually admitted that she was going to come here to Liberty City and basically take revenge on Bill for what he did to her sister. But allegedly, according to her, she gave up on that plan and ended up becoming Bill's secretary. My guess is that she became his secretary before she gave up on the plan, but I don't really know. And I don't know that she really said why she gave up on the plan. Which is worth thinking about, because maybe she was threatened? Yeah, I also assume being the secretary was part of the plan. But yeah, she didn't offer a lot of information as to, what changed her mind, why she continued to be his secretary. Like, he doesn't come across as a particularly nice guy. I can't imagine being his secretary was super enjoyable. Maybe she realized everybody thought he sucked and someone else would off him for her. Yeah, that seems possible. Or, I mean, we continue to have this theory, like, it's less concrete at this point, because some holes were poked in my theory, but I still continue to think that this murder was like a group effort. So maybe she, was helping with that whole plan to some degree, but that meant she didn't actually have to do any murdering herself. Good time zone to you as well, Kyle and Eric. Great to see you. Have we cracked the case? Absolutely not. We're pretty stumped at this point. We're currently going around searching all the places we have search warrants for. Are we thinking this is a Ken McElroy situation? You're going to have to, I feel like that name came up before, but you're going to have to refresh my memory on that. In broad daylight? Yeah, I'm still drawing a blank, but thank you. So the church and the cemetery continue to perplex me. Wish you could find that drunk history episode. Yeah. Oh, like in broad daylight, you mean the murder happened in broad daylight is what you're saying. Have we at least identified any structural flaws in the case? It's all a mess. We have a lot of information, but no way to put it all together. Ken McElroy is the guy who sucked and he was killed by but everybody in town is like, nah, I didn't see nothing. Right. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I do very much think this was a similar situation. Lots of people disliked this guy. And I really do think a lot of people were either directly involved in carrying out the murder, or at least like, kind of doing their best to allow it to happen and not get anybody in trouble for it. I talked about in broad daylight every stream of Murder Club. I'm sure you have. I'm sorry, my brain is garbage. I don't understand how my brain works. Sometimes things stick, sometimes they just slide off every time. Silver says, Ken McElroy was a resident of a small town and constantly harassed everyone, threatening people, beating up folks, destroying property, etc., etc. One day, he got in a fight with most of the town people in the center of town. Someone shot him to death, and everyone said no one saw what happened. No one was ever convicted. Man, what... Can you imagine being a guy that sucks that bad? Like, damn. Okay, so In Broad Daylight is in fact a book. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Moving my water closer. All right. So, as I was saying, the church and the cemetery. We know that Thorpe was in the vicinity of the church and or cemetery, and then went to Arlington College in his car. Again, Arlington College is where the body was found. And like I strongly suspect there are like additional areas to go to in both the church and the cemetery, because we have this leave this place option that currently doesn't do anything. So I feel like we need to learn something to allow us to go elsewhere in these places. Can think of a few people. What's that referring to? People that suck so bad, everyone wants to murder them. But yeah, I don't know how to make progress on any of this. People who suck, yeah, for sure. And we have this guy that loves to hang out in the cemetery, and we have leave this place. In this case, we can select cemetery. It's the only option in the menu. So that really feels like there's got to be something here at some point, right? Because not every location has this menu option at all. Deavor, hello. How dare you call me out like that, Steam Elements? I was clearly lurking. Oh. I got it. I was like, what the heck did it do? But good to see you, Deavor. You're welcome to continue lurking if that's what you prefer. But thanks for saying hello, and let me give you a shout out. I hope your streams have been great. So, yeah, there's not really much to do here right now. Everywhere you look, there are graves. We found out that I continue to frequently mix up information we were told about Shelley and information we were told about Susie. Because they have the same initials. And also it doesn't help that Susie basically had a disguise to make her look like Shelley. But someone, we were told, frequently came here to visit their father's grave. I think that must have been Susie. Because Her dad died when she was 4. Just after he moved to town. Okay, yeah. So he would absolutely be buried here. Been doing well streaming the Outer Wilds DLC for a friend, which has been a lot of fun. Super recommend the vanilla game if you haven't played. Yeah. I've definitely been recommended that multiple times, and I will certainly get to it eventually. Arlington College. There's not much to look at here, but we do have the crime scene. You light up a cigarette and take a look around. You can't find any clues and aren't hit with any great inspiration. Oops. Yeah, there's some nice backgrounds in this. I wish we could play the PC 98 version, because the original art is very similar to this, but it looks a little bit nicer in its original format. Some of it translated super nicely. Some of it is a little bit imperfect. And then we have the Robbins parking lot. There's not much to do here. This is another place where we have the leave this place command, and it doesn't go anywhere. These are always outside areas. Are there other outside areas? Like, for example, if we go to the theater, there's no leave this place option here. But I guess the church isn't really an outside area, so I'm just trying to think if there's some weird pattern to which places have that option. Yeah. Okay, so we've searched everywhere again. That means we could interrogate everyone again. We were told that you might want to let people kind of stew for a little bit, and that we might get more information out of them if we simply wait a little while. So it might be worth going through the interrogation process with everyone again. And then I kind of wonder if I should. I know I did this last week, but I'm kind of thinking I'm going to go through these lists again and just spam all the. Oops. Just to make sure I haven't missed something. Because, like, I'm super out of ideas. And I feel like any option I choose here is going to be kind of tedious. Again, most of these locations do not have an option to show a warrant. So I assume we can't get a warrant for those places. But who knows if that's really true. It could surprise us. So that's everyone. That's all the locations. And we go through this list as well. I'm surprised we can't arrest Doug Carson. Like, he confirmed lied to us. I guess we don't really have any physical evidence, though. So maybe that's the issue. It does seem like we maybe need to have at least one piece of physical evidence relating to a person in order to arrest them. Dave's also relatively suspicious. Okay, yeah, so that's everybody. Either we've already arrested or don't have enough info to arrest everyone in this list. And again, I think we've arrested 7 people. There are a total of 12 people in this list. I don't know if, like, this is a subset of all the people in the game, so I don't know if that means we can eventually arrest everyone here or what. Very curious. Like, I'm surprised that they didn't just make this list, you know, the same list of names we get elsewhere in the game, you know, for no other reason than to make things a little harder. Okay. So we got all the warrants we can get. Let's take another look at all our items we've gathered here. We have the earrings. They're made of silver and look expensive. The initials SM are written on them. There are no bloodstains or fingerprints. So we have now confirmed these earrings were given to Susie McNally, who was having an affair with Bill. And she would go to his house when Janet was away. Bill said he would divorce Janet and marry her, but obviously never did. And at one point, she just said that Bill was bad. She said some kind of vague things and made it clear she didn't necessarily want to marry Bill. But then she also wore the wig to disguise herself as Shelley. Excuse me. Oh, and when we showed her the newspaper clipping, she pointed out that that was the same year her father died. Which just seemed notable that she mentioned that. Like, it was already fairly obvious that both of these things were 20 years ago. But the fact that she mentioned it, to me, strongly suggests that there, you know, is a definitive connection between these events. We have the contract. It's a life insurance policy issued by the Heart Safe Insurance Company. The policyholder was Bill Robbins, and the beneficiary is his wife, Janet. It entitles her to $10 million. Wouldn't I love a part of that? So this insurance policy was taken out a month before the murder. Again, they had only been married for 6 months. But regardless, the timing is a little bit suspicious. Wig. This is a blonde, long-haired wig. There's nothing special about it. No blood, no prints. Again, that's the wig that Susie wore to look like Shelley. Letter. It's a letter addressed to SM, my love. It starts off, "What do you see in a man like him?" and goes on to say, "I'm the only one who really loves you, and I would kill for you." The letter was written by Fred Robbins. So that was written to Susie McNally. There were lots of suggestions that Fred was interested in someone, maybe even hoping to marry someone, which is a little weird. Like, from what I can tell, Susie never had an interest in him. Killing can be a romantic gesture. He certainly seemed to think so. So, like, this letter is pretty suspicious, but also I don't super suspect that Fred was the one that actually killed him. Yeah, I don't know. Pistol. It's a .22 caliber Derringer pistol, a type of gun generally used for personal protection. Shots had been fired from it. Plural. That's interesting. I've been kind of wondering about that for a while. We know that this is the gun that Susie's sister used on herself. presumably only one bullet was fired at that time. Though, I mean, that's not necessarily a given. But I had been wondering if there was any evidence that the gun had been used since then. Which I feel like, knowing there were multiple shots have been fired from it, I feel like that choice of wording is meant to suggest that it has been used since then. Also, the fact that Dave was hiding it at all is a little suspicious. Like, if it was only used by her sister, why be so worried about that? The fingerprints found on it belonged to Shelley McDonald and Dave Carrington. So Dave was dropped off on the night of the murder. Dave went cruising with his friends, Alan and Molly, and then they dropped him off at Arlington College at 10 p.m. And Arlington College, Shelley lives near there. So my assumption is that he was dropped off to go see her for whatever reason. And I assume the gun changed hands at some point there. And then the next thing we know about Dave's whereabouts, he says that he just went for a walk and then went home. But we also know he was seen at Arlington College after the body was found, supposedly doing research for his How to Commit the Perfect Crime paper. So I kind of suspect he was in that vicinity the whole time. Scarf. It's a silk scarf. We found traces of blood, of type AB blood on it. So I don't know that we were ever told this, but I've just been assuming that this scarf belonged to Shelley's sister, and that's Shelley's sister's blood on the scarf as well. But we don't know. And it is notable that Bill had AB blood, along with a few other people in town. Knife. It's a butcher knife with a narrow blade. It is about the same size as the murder weapon. We found traces of type AB blood. So same blood type again. This knife was found in the kitchen of Bill and Janet's house, in a closet. I assume it's about the same size as the murder weapon is just based on the wound. So Bill was stabbed in the back. And sorry, my brain is going in multiple directions. I'm trying to remember a specific thing I was going to say, but it's gone now. Butcher knife with a narrow blade is about the same size as the murder weapon. Found traces of type AB blood. Yeah, I don't know what I was going to say. Newspaper clipping. This is a 20-year-old newspaper clipping. The headline reads, "Will the case of Liberty Bank's embezzled funds ever be solved?" Could there be a connection between that case and the Robbins case? Great question. We haven't learned very much about the embezzled funds. I'm positive there's some connection, but we don't really know what. Yeah. We found this clipping in... Is it the Robbins house? Shoot, can't remember. Just checking my notes. Oh, I didn't write down where we found that. Oops. Hopefully that's not too important. Well, I know the room it was in. Like, we were just there, and I was like, yeah, this is where we found the clipping. So we can always go back there if it seems important. So we found the scalpel. It's possible that the scalpel was used in the murder of Bill Robbins. We could detect no fingerprints or bloodstains on the scalpel. The first sentence of this is wild. Like, based on, what are you basing this on? If there's no fingerprints or bloodstains, why are you saying this? We found this in the doctor's house. And Susie, who is the doctor's sort of unofficially adopted daughter and also nurse, said that it was unusual that he would bring a scalpel home. Like, that's the only time he's ever done that. So, and it was like wrapped up in cloth or something. So it seems like he was trying to hide it. Or something. And then, yeah, I don't know how we're making this leap that it's possible it was used in the murder. I feel like that seems like just the game just like giving us some information as a little freebie. Because otherwise I don't get how we're coming to this conclusion. It's clearly not the same size or shape as the knife, which seems to match the wound as far as we can tell. A wild theory I came up with was that so the doctor in town, this is an important component of this theory. The doctor in town is both one of the founders of the Red Tie Club, which again we believe is the titular murder club. Allegedly, they just, read murder mystery novels and talked about them or whatever, but they definitely got up to some stuff. I'm sure of that much. So the doctor was one of the founders of that club, and then he was also the coroner for Bill's murder. So if like he's in on the murders in some way, he absolutely could have helped, cover things up. And like he's also, it's kind of seems like the only doctor in town. I'm sure that's not really true, but he's the only one that anyone has ever mentioned. So my wild theory is that Bill was actually shot, and that in order to like draw attention away from how he was actually killed, the doctor made this fake knife wound with this scalpel to make it look like he was stabbed in the back, and then covered up the actual gunshot wound in some way. And then obviously a reasonable question to ask is, how the hell could you cover up a gunshot wound? But if he's the coroner, like, who else is going to look for that necessarily? So like this feels like a wild but plausible theory. Bank book. This is a Liberty Bank bank book in the name of Mr. Brian Ayler. The account was practically empty until Mr. Ayler deposited a huge chunk of money this month. So we eventually determined that Brian got this money for the theft of a vehicle. We're pretty sure that vehicle is the same vehicle that the body was found in. Let's see. We also know that Brian got in an argument with Bill on the night of the murder after Bill left the Hungry Fisherman, which was like the last place he was seen. Although confusingly, we later learned that Fred also got in an argument with Bill outside the Hungry Fisherman, and no one ever noticed that argument happening, apparently. So I'm not really sure how all of that adds up. And then last, we have the list of members. This is a membership roster for the Red Tie Club. There are only 4 names listed: Russell Thorpe, Edward Robbins, Stephen Beckert, and Henry Klein. Again, Henry Klein was killed 20 years ago. Well, he died 20 years ago, and his body was disposed of in a fire by burning down his own home after moving his body there. We know that Edward Robbins asked Glenn Axworthy to carry that out. I believe that Glenn did not actually murder him, just disposed of the body. But presumably someone else did murder him. Because otherwise, if somebody just died of natural causes or whatever, why would you dispose of the body? I suppose it could have maybe been an accident and, they were like, oh, wow, this looks super bad. So maybe we should cover it up. I don't know. Funerals are real expensive. Yeah, easier to just burn the house down. So much cheaper. Okay, so that's all our evidence thus far. Oh, I was also going to say the three other people. Russell Thorpe owns the local movie theater. Edward Robbins, big business guy, owns Robbins Trading Company, and also is the father of Bill Robbins. Stephen Beckert, the doctor in town. Impromptu Viking funeral. Yes. Okay. You should take a break. I'm worried about you burning out. Thank you, Catherine, but we've kind of just started today, so I think we're okay. Let's give interrogation another shot. I feel like this is going to be... I'm worried anything I do is going to be a waste of time. But this is the least tedious option that I have left. After this, the only thing I can think of to do is go around to everyone in town and literally go through every single dialogue option. I've already tried to be smart about it and ask the questions that make sense to ask again at this point. And that hasn't gotten us anywhere. Well, it hasn't gotten us anywhere at this point in the game. We have found some little bits to make progress earlier, but suspect sits down across from you. I should probably show everyone all of the evidence items. It's possible I failed to show someone something important. Earrings. They're a present I gave someone. Okay, it was Susie McNally. Contract. He didn't trust insurance agents. Said they were the scum of the earth. No matter how many people encouraged him to get insurance, he never bought any. That might actually be new information? I feel like someone else made a comment about Edward Robbins not believing in insurance, which is, I still feel like is a funny thing to say. But I feel like this might be new. And this is a very good argument towards Janet got the insurance planning to kill him or have him killed. Let's write this down. Actually, yeah, I don't have any notes about this dialogue, so I'm pretty sure we did not get this before. Bill. We'll just write never bought insurance. This is also interesting because why did both Edward and Bill distrust insurance agents so much? Also, now I want to go through my notes and figure out who told us about Edward's opinions on insurance. This might take me a minute. But this seems like important information. Like, I almost wonder, like, was Henry Klein an insurance guy or something? Ah, okay. Mike Rockman, the insurance guy who sold that particular insurance policy, told us that Ed doesn't believe in insurance. Maybe they have double indemnity and were traumatized by it. If I recall correctly, a wife schemes with a sexy insurance agent to kill her husband. Okay. So the question is, does this unlock anything new? Let's go through the rest of the items here. I love Susie, but she had something going with Bill. Okay. So we're going to interrogate some more. Hey, leave me alone. I didn't kill my brother. I've always had an inferiority complex towards Bill, and yes, I hated him because of what he had going with Susie, but I sure as hell didn't kill him. There's no point in yelling. I've told you a million times. I could never have hurt Bill. I can't answer that. Oh. Now his deposition is just, I didn't do anything. I'm innocent. I'm in love with Susie. That's all. Hinton, my meeting finished, but now I have to go to the shops? Who is planning my life, and do they not know about Robot Spacer's stream schedule? It doesn't sound like it. But I wish you luck at the shops, Hinton. I hope it goes well out there. Also, if it helps, you have missed almost nothing. We've accomplished very little. So perhaps whoever is planning your life knew that nothing would happen in the first half of today's stream. Get some fruit. Good advice. Always good advice. Okay, so I think I want to interrogate Susie again next, now that we have this bit of information about Bill also disliking insurance and insurance agents. So let's interrogate Susie and see if we get anything new there. If that doesn't get us anywhere, I maybe want to go talk to the insurance guy again to see if we can get anything new there. This guy has a punchable face. Have we tried punching him yet? We unfortunately don't have that option. There's no punch menu option. Otherwise, I'd give it a shot. Okay, so here's Janet, wife of Bill Robbins. Also a little suspicious, for good reason, I think. They had been married for a mere 6 months. He had been having confirmed affair with Susie McNally, heir to the Rand McNally map making fortune. He, according to, I think, multiple people, possibly had other affairs going on, but we haven't found anything out about those. So it's a little bit of a question mark. We also, I at least strongly suspect that he assaulted Sarah Shields. They are friendly with each other, but she never saw her attacker. And Bill told Michael Carson, that he knew who assaulted her. But, apparently never did anything with that information, which is seems pretty suspicious to me. Um, let's see. He also, as we covered earlier, married Shelley's sister, spent all her money, and then left her. So yeah, shitty fucking guy. Everybody hated him. It sounded like their marriage wasn't that great. She claims she loved him, but I wonder if she even married him out of love, and maybe getting an insurance plan and murdering him was the goal all along. Just given that this happened so soon after they were married, and it sounded like very little of their marriage was like happy. All right. Let's start with the deposition. I signed a contract for a life insurance policy because Bill said we should get one. We know that's a lie. It wasn't my idea. I didn't say anything about it because I knew you'd jump to conclusions. It was 100% her idea. Unless Fred is lying to us. But she has more reason to lie about this than Fred would. It's true that we didn't have the easiest of marriages. It was rocky at times, but I love Bill all the same. I certainly didn't kill him. There's no way I could have killed him. Zounds, indeed. Okay, let's show evidence. Earrings. Bill and I were having problems, so I spent a few nights at my parents' house. I'm sure that Bill had that woman over when I was away. The bimbo probably dropped them. Yeah, you can't assume Fred was telling the truth, maybe. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess if probably the most plausible reason for Fred to lie about that is if he did do the murder himself and is trying to, pin it on somebody else. But I feel like that's not a very strong argument for him lying about this. And I can't think of a better reason for him to lie about it. And also, we know from someone else that Bill's dad had very similar feelings about insurance. So I feel like it's very believable that, Bill kind of, inherited those feelings. I feel like that's not unusual to just kind of have a dislike of something because your parents had a dislike of it and you just kind of absorbed their feelings on it a little bit. Contract. That's Bill's life insurance policy. So she's not saying anything new. Wig. I don't know anything about it. Letter. Pistol. Scarf. Knife. That. We can't get her to say anything about the knife. She's clearly reacting to it. But is that because she thinks it was the murder weapon and that freaks her out? Or, is she freaking out because, she did the murder with this weapon? Who knows? Doesn't know anything about the newspaper clipping. Scalpel. Bank book. List of members. Didn't the insurance guy corroborate that? The feelings on insurance. The insurance guy specifically talked about Edward, not Bill. I think Janet is definitely up to something. Yeah, she's super suspicious. And she also has plenty of motive. And she's also, most of the other people who have been suspicious have eventually admitted to something. Even Fred, he, admitted to just, being in love with Susie and jealous of Susie's relationship with Bill. Shelley admitted to, actually originally planning to kill Bill, but, then decided against it. So I feel like everyone else has had kind of reasonable and believable confession, but Janet has not really had that, and she continues to like not explain various things. Susie, what did I say? I said Shelley. Shelley planned to kill Bill. Susie was in a relationship with him. I assume you're getting them mixed up the same way I often do. Okay, so we showed her all the evidence. Let's interrogate her again. I'm sure it's that woman. It just has to be Susie. It's weird that she's pinning it on Susie. Like, Susie doesn't have much of a motive. I don't know anymore. I mean, you could maybe argue that, you know, Susie has the same motives as Janet to some degree, just, you know, realizing that Bill is a dirtbag and has done terrible things. But I don't know. Yes, it's true that I felt bitter towards Bill, but I loved him. I couldn't have killed him. I'm sure she's the one who stabbed Bill. I didn't kill him. So we'll do the deposition again, and we get the same response. Okay. I would give the coroner a motive to alter the wound if he did that. Sure. It's a fair point. Since Susie's come up, let's talk to her. Yes, it's true that I was having an affair with Bill. And yes, I did go to Bill's house when Janet was away. Bill promised he would divorce her and marry me, but No, I didn't kill Bill because he wouldn't marry me. You don't know me. I couldn't do that. I really don't know anything else. Bill was bad. Earrings, yes, those are mine. Contract, I just don't know. Wig, yes, it's a disguise I used when I went to meet Bill. When I wear it, I look a lot like Shelley MacDonald, Bill's secretary. Yes, I knew that friend loved me, but I couldn't love him back. I loved Bill. Doesn't recognize the pistol or the scarf or the knife. Newspaper clipping. That newspaper article was written the same year that my father died. Scalpel, I just don't know. It's interesting that she doesn't have anything to say about the scalpel. It relates more closely to the doctor, but like, you know, they live and work together, and it was found in her house. That she commented on it in her house, but has nothing to say about it here. Bank book, I just don't know. Members, I just don't know. We still haven't arrested the doctor, right? I feel like he ought to be arrestable at this point. Let's interrogate. I couldn't have killed him. I loved him. I never even thought about killing Bill. It's true. Please believe me. Oh, please. I'm innocent. Please believe me. It's true that I was having an affair with Bill, and yes, I did go to Bill's house when Janet was away. Bill promised me he would divorce her, marry me. Yeah, so same. Is it possible that it was Susie that altered the wound and not the coroner? Sure. But, I mean, I feel like a key component of that wild theory is, you know, the coroner would be able to hide any, you know, medical evidence pretty easily. So, like, if Susie did it, then she would have had to do it with the doctor's approval and assistance, I would think. Because otherwise he probably would have noticed. But there's a lot of weird hunches and assumptions there. Okay, so that didn't get us anything new. Let's go talk to the insurance guy, and then we'll probably come back here and go through the last 4 people we brought in. Heart Safe Insurance. You're standing in front of a shabby building at the end of a dark, narrow alley. The filthy sign on the door reads, Heart Safe. What is it? Asks a seedy-looking man. The small office contains just a desk, a chair, and stacks of papers. Look, mister, whatever your name is, I'm working my butt off trying to make this business work. The way I see it, you're just wasting my time. Let's first go in here and ask about life insurance. Mrs. Robbins came in to sign the contract about a month ago. She said everything seemed to be in order. That's the same response we got before. I think I want to go ahead and go through everything with this guy. I don't know if the questions in this menu, like basically asking them, you know, specific facts about themselves, I don't know if those ever change. I generally have not bothered to go through them a second time just because they're fairly straightforward questions. And for the most part, they don't seem like things that are likely to be lies or misinformation in any way. Read about in the papers like everybody else. We live in a terrible world. What am I supposed to do about it? Most of these I won't bother to read unless they seem like they're different or interesting. Edward Robbins, the jerk wouldn't buy insurance from me. Said he doesn't believe in insurance. Doug Carson, president of the Lee Cosmetics Company, he's trying to get insurance from us. I guess their fancy new Eau de Citrus perfume is a real bomb. Michael Carson took out a policy for his family. He's a real family man. Joe Carrington, the guy at Home Real Estate, I knew him. He took out a fire protection policy. That's kind of interesting. I don't know what to make of this, but notably, this is the second husband of Martha Carrington. Her first husband was Henry Klein, whose body was disposed of in a house fire. So yeah, I don't know what to make of that, but it seems noteworthy. Like, that's the only specific type of insurance we've been told about someone getting a policy for. It's generally been like life insurance. Yeah, I know the lady. She got a policy with us. It's kind of fishy that the lady just signed the papers and boom, her old man drops dead. You bet we're looking into it. Dr. Beckert bought insurance here. It was a life insurance policy, and the beneficiary was Susie McNally. Fan of Sarah Shields' music. Again, she's a piano player at the Hungry Fisherman. Okay, that's everybody. Yeah, weird. It sure is. Let's go through this whole menu again. The day of the murder, I went out of town on business and came back at about 11 o'clock. I was too tired to drive home, so I just slept here in the office. Drinking club. It's just an excuse for snooty rich kids to get together and get smashed. Business is slow, but I'm doing all right. Something else. Hey, wait, I saw Mr. Robbins that night. No, not the victim, his father. It was kind of late, and he was walking with someone near the church. Right, so we know that Russell Thorpe was at the church / cemetery. Like, I think he went from the cemetery to the church and then to Arlington College. And this guy tells us that Mr. Robbins was with Thorpe at the church. And then somebody else told us about probably the doctor being seen with, I think, Thorpe at one of those locations. I don't remember the exact details, but clearly they were all out doing something. But according to them, they were just hanging out at Thorpe's the whole time, which is for sure not true. But we haven't been able to arrest any of them, right? Edward, the doctor, Thorpe. Oh, did we arrest Thorpe? We maybe arrested Thorpe. Maybe we should interrogate Thorpe further. What if we missed something with him? That's a good next step, I suppose. So we're all done here. Just double checking that we can't arrest these guys yet. Nothing. Okay. Let's interrogate Thorpe. Suspect sits down across from you. Are you saying the Red Tie Club had something to do with some kind of crime? That's a crock. The night Bill was killed, I took a walk near the graveyard. That's all I did. Okay. So yeah, he specifically says he was near the graveyard, and then he was seen near the church, and then Arlington. You're not saying that I killed Bill. Don't make me laugh. The Red Tie Club didn't have anything to do with that. The newspaper clipping, again, is about Liberty Bank embezzling funds. Henry Klein is already dead. It's a weird thing to say when we show him this book of club members. I don't really know what to make of that. Did what? I don't appreciate being accused of murder. I didn't do it with anything because I didn't kill him. What more can I say? I didn't do it. Same deposition. So that didn't get us anywhere. Shelley. Bill Robbins met my sister in New York and married her for her money. He spent it all, every penny, and when my sister couldn't support him anymore, he walked out on her. As I said, when my sister's money ran out, Bill dumped her. Well, Bill was her whole life. When she realized he wasn't coming back, she shot herself in the head with that gun. I came to this town to avenge my sister's death, but I gave up that silly idea. That's my gun. That. Man, what are we missing? I said I didn't do it. Bill practically killed my sister. I was just waiting for the right moment to pay him back. When it came down to it, though, I couldn't kill him. I just couldn't. I don't remember that dialogue, or maybe I just didn't think it through, but that makes it sound like she came very close to killing him. Like maybe she was ready to shoot him, but just couldn't pull the trigger, kind of a situation. But yeah, like that description makes it sound like a real last minute change of mind. Which almost makes me wonder, like, is it possible that that happened the night of the murder? Like, was she maybe planning to kill him that night, even? Like maybe she even fired the gun that night, but not at him. I don't know. I didn't kill him. It's not true. I didn't do it. Same deposition. Brian Ayler. Yes, I stole the car from the Robbins Trading Company's parking lot. I couldn't sell my books and I was having a hard time. I'm truly sorry. It was a bad judgment call. I'll admit to stealing a car, but I sure as hell didn't kill anyone. It's true. You've got to believe me. So if I remember correctly, he said some things to suggest that Bill was the one that asked him to steal this car, which is weird. Yeah, he said Bill Robbins made a fool out of me with that car thing, and that he was really upset with him. And also, the car was stolen from the Robbins Trading Company parking lot, and the Robbins Trading Company reported the theft. So, like, there's something weird happening there. Like, why did Bill ask for this car to be stolen in the first place, and why did he end up being found dead in it? Again, I don't think I mentioned this tonight, but he was not killed in the vehicle he was found in. The body was moved there. The vehicle was found, like we went there earlier, it was found outside Arlington College, outside of the front gate. But that's not where the murder took place. There was also the security guard that found the body, saw a car leave the area that was maybe blue, but he wasn't confident about it. And presumably whoever was in that vehicle was moving the body. He also felt that because Bill was a pretty sizable guy, it probably took more than one person to move the body. That was the money I got from selling the car I'd stolen, he says of the bank book. And then that's the only evidence we have that he has anything to say about. I didn't kill anybody. I only stole one lousy car. Back off. I couldn't kill anybody. I'm not that kind of man. I'm trying to remember, somebody basically told us that he's too much of a wuss to have killed anyone. I didn't mean to leave there. We still have Glenn to talk to. I went to see Edward Robbins. I wanted to ask him about Henry Klein. Right. This is the thing that I did not talk about. For some reason, in present day, Glenn Axworthy wanted to learn something about Henry Klein. Excuse me. We weren't ever told what he is trying to find out. When I asked for Mr. Robbins, though, the secretary sent me into Bill Robbins' office. That's how I met Bill. Bill was really surprised to hear about Klein. So that kind of suggests that Bill, French toast, please. Hello, hello. Great to see you all. Welcome. I hope you had a wonderful time playing Signalis. If anyone is not following French Toast, please, highly recommended. Zounds. Yes, I hope you were enjoying your emotes so graciously gifted by Silverstreak. It was anime. Oh, you found a boss. It was anime. You destroyed anime? Congratulations. It's about time someone did that. Hello, Poi Pal. Great to see you as well. What was I going to say? I'm Robot Spacer. We're playing Murder Club. I am going to hit this content warning button just so y'all know there's some discussion of sexual assault and suicide in this game. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. Thank you for freeing us from the anime. Yes. Now we can welcome a third generation of new animation in Japan. Oh, that's exciting. So there's so much to explain about this game that I'm not going to try to sum up all of it. But basically, we're investigating the murder of Bill Robbins, a businessman in town. There's a number of suspects. We have now arrested 7 people. We've got many, many search warrants for different locations. And we still have so many questions about what the heck went on here. There seems to, in fact, be some sort of murder club within this game. So we kind of think that multiple people carried out this murder, probably, and also did some murdering 20 years in the past. But we really don't know at this point. Like, honestly, anything could happen. The only content warning should be this character in the game's shirt. Am I right, folks? His shirt, I don't know what's supposed to be happening with this shirt. I find it very interesting. It almost to me looks like outlines of states or something. I don't know, but then it's got kind of a camo vibe. It's very puzzling. So this guy in particular basically disposed of the body of a guy named Henry Klein 20 years ago, and then recently was trying to talk to the guy that hired him to do that to learn more about Henry Klein, but we don't really know much beyond that. The day after I met Bill, he came in to visit me in my hotel room and asked me for every detail I knew about Klein. That's all. Public bathroom floor camo. There you go. So we have this little interface. We can present all our evidence we've gathered. I'm super stumped at this point, so I'm resorting to just like spamming options to see what the hell I missed. It's kind of all I can do at this point. At the time the incident occurred, I was working for the Robbins Trading Company. I really didn't want to resort to this, but this game is just too hard. And then we have these 4 interrogation questions we can ask. Well, one of them is a statement. I know you did it. 20 years ago, I carried the body to Klein's house and then set fire to the house. This statement is frustrating to me because the body, whose body? It's easy to assume he's referring to Henry Klein's body because we know Henry Klein is no longer around. But I don't know that it's 100% definitive. Why did you do it? I did it because Edward Robbins asked me to. What did you do it with? I didn't do anything else. How did you do it? Oh, please believe me. I didn't kill anybody. So then we can ask for his deposition again. It seems to be the same. I'm trying to read this again to... I wanted to ask him about Henry Klein. Bill was really surprised to hear about Klein. Asked me for every detail I knew about Klein. Yeah, I don't think we're ever given a statement that makes it definitive that he was disposing of Henry Klein's body. I do think it's a reasonable assumption to make, but I keep wondering if maybe that's wrong. Just because it's never stated clearly. Yeah. So that got us nowhere. And now we're out of people to interrogate. Let's save. I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, I don't think we've gained any points in the past hour and a half. We've done nothing, and we're still stumped. At least our former partner, Judd, in the hospital is encouraging us. Seem to be on the right path now. I don't feel like I'm on the right path. I guess I should say I feel like I'm on the right path, but I feel like that path has come to a dead end, and I no longer know where to go. Also, it's possible I'm soft locked. Don't know. There's not a lot of information, at least in English, about this game. It was very popular in Japan, but not so much in the US. So there's not a lot of English language information about it. So I don't know that we can look up online to find out what I'm missing. I kind of think my two options at this point are to go around town and go through every single question again. We could review all my notes again and hope that something jumps out at me. But I feel like even if I do that, there's still a question of what dialogue option do I need to choose in order to get the game to acknowledge what I've pieced together. And I already feel like there's some things I've pieced together that the game has not really acknowledged. For example, it seems really weird that we can't arrest the doctor or Edward Robbins. I'm going to try it again, but I know it's not going to work. Yeah, so I think we'll just go through everybody and ask all the questions. This is going to be not very fun to watch, I feel like, which is why I'm so reluctant to do it, but I kind of think this is all we can do. And again, like these questions, I don't even know if there's any point in asking them a second time, but like I'm so stumped, I feel like we might as well be thorough. Work is my hobby. That's rough, buddy. Born and raised here and has been friends with Thorpe for basically his whole life. So presumably Thorpe was born and raised here. Yeah, I mean his dad owned the theater before him. So I think that makes sense. I'm just wondering if I don't know. I don't even know the end of that sentence. What did they have to do? They had to have something to do with Liberty Bank embezzling funds. But I don't know how to get any information about that. Again, I'm not going to read these unless it seems like they're either new or worth talking about. When I asked him about himself, which I did accidentally, he says, "What are you implying?" That's interesting. I'm not sure he said that before. Not a fan of Doug Carson. I guess Doug's business is not doing well, so that makes sense. He's not really a fan of anyone, is he? Is Janet the murderer? It's interesting that he seems to think that's a possibility. Like when I bring up Fred, he's like, "Fred didn't do anything. Release him immediately." Francesca said, we could review all my notes again. Oh no. Not a fan of that option. I feel like it would honestly be slightly more interesting than this option. But gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. He's a family doctor and also an old friend. So Susie's dad died when she was 4, which was exactly 20 years ago, which is also when the Red Tie Club, which we believe is the murder club, was meeting regularly. So I strongly suspect that her dad had something to do with that, that the Red Tie Club had something to do with her dad's murder. But don't know much beyond that. And then, so her dad died 20 years ago. Sometime after that, her mom died. We know even less about that death. And then, for whatever reason, the doctor took her in and basically adopted her, but as far as we can tell, not in an official capacity. And presently, they live together. You know, she's like a daughter to him. They also work together. She is his nurse. And just that whole situation, like, it seems a little bit odd, and like there's enough attention given to it that it seems like it's relevant in some way. Like, I strongly suspect that the Red Tie Club had something to do with her father's death. Ever since my wife Helen died, she's been keeping house for me. That's Barbara. Let's see. Helen's death was also 20 years ago, I think. Yeah. Bill Robbins' mother died 20 years ago due to complications arising from a long illness. Thorpe and I have been friends since we were boys. You know, I selected Sarah Shields and I remembered... So early on in the game, I think it was Ken Scott, the owner of the Hungry Fisherman restaurant where Sarah works, playing the piano. He told us, I think, not to ask Sarah about her assault unless there was a good reason. So I think I did that at one point and then like restored in case that was, you know, somehow gonna be a problem for progressing through the game. Now I'm wondering if restoring that was actually a mistake, because I don't think we've ever asked her about the assault in this current save file. And that could potentially be blocking some progression. French Toast Police says, Red Tie Club, textbook how to make your club sound suspicious. Another thing about the Red Tie Club is there is a present day drinking club who is considering the name Red Rum Club. But they thought maybe that sounded too similar to the Red Tie Club, so they just went with Liberty Drinking Club. So that's a strong hint that the Red Tie Club is in fact the murder club. Very strong hint, I would say. Woof. Yeah. Thorpe and I have been friends since we were boys. Brian Ayler, he could have done it. You should investigate him right away. Buddy, we already arrested him. Has the criminal been arrested? Now that's good news. He seems pretty ready to believe that anyone might have done it except for Fred. which is kind of interesting to me. Already told you I was at Thorpe's. Stop badgering me. I know my rights. We know this is a lie. We know he was seen at the church, probably with Thorpe. Red Tie Club. What happened? What happened indeed? My wife Helen died of cancer about 20 years ago. Don't know anything about the newspaper clipping. The Robbins Trading Company is a thriving business. Its financial situation is better than stable. No, nothing. Please catch whoever did it. Okay. Excuse me. So that's literally every question. So how long did that take? That probably took me 10 minutes. So 10 minutes times, I don't know, 20 plus characters is how long it would take us to go through all these questions with all the characters again. Hopefully we can find something before that happens. So I'm going to save again. Same numbers. And let's go talk to Sarah. The business district, hungry fisherman. Ooh, things I found in the basement. Okay. So actually, I disabled this initially because I don't have a thing I found in the basement, but I do have another fun thing to share. So this is even more of a lie than like sometimes I share something I found in the garage or something, but this is even more of a lie. But we're gonna share it anyways. One moment, I have to go get it. Okay. Sometimes I just have a thing to share, and it's not from the basement, but don't tell anybody. I can't make a new graphic for every little thing. So welcome to Things I Found in the Basement, where I share a thing I found in the basement while I was looking for someone else, or sometimes something completely different that wasn't even in the basement. This was, in fact, on my nightstand. So not even on the same floor. It was just kind of hanging out there. Honestly, it could have been in the basement. I haven't touched it in years. But this is my 3DS with, I love these face plates. They were only available in Japan, and they're the Kiri Pamu Pamu face plates. There's actually two different ones. Can't remember what the other ones looked like exactly, but I like this one a lot. And then they also had matching theme for the the main menu UI. But unfortunately, since I have a US system, I had no way to get that. So I was trying to turn this on, but there's nothing really to show you because I don't have that theme, unfortunately. That has always bummed me out. And probably now there's no way to get it, even if you did have the correct system. But yeah, that's my little 3DS. I like it a lot. It bums me out that you can't buy games online anymore, but it's still a neat system. And at least I have a bunch of games for it, including some cartridges. I think I need to spend more time with this in the near future. It's a good little video game system. Thank you, French Toast Please, for sponsoring this episode of Things I Found on my nightstand. Welcome back. 3DS seems like a console I would have enjoyed having. French Toast Please says buttload of RPGs. I mean, yeah, for sure. But there's also other stuff. And also, can play all the regular DS games as well, so that's nice. Things that are in my house just isn't as catchy. Yeah, for sure. Okay. So, another thing, every time we come here, I'm like, Liberty River. When can I go check out the Liberty River? I think it's Sarah Shields that tells us that Bill was like mumbling something about Liberty blank. And she was like, maybe he's talking about the bank, which I guess now that we know about the whole embezzling funds thing, that could actually be correct. But I can't help but wonder if he was actually mumbling about the Liberty River, which is, in fact, very close to this restaurant. Things that are in my house. A 6-hour one-man play by Robot Spacer. Perfect. Unsecret Crush says, I could also reveal the secret that I think sometimes he is specifically in the basement looking for things to share on the segment. That is true, but I've always admitted that when I did that, just to be clear. I would never lie to anyone. Often though I'm looking for something, and then, you know, like I might not even find that, but I find something else that I can share. I am very curious when I will eventually run out. I think like I grabbed that because I don't think I have anything else from the basement. Actually, that's not true. I have a book, but it doesn't seem that interesting to share. So I'm getting low on things. I need to find some excuse to go in the basement to find more stuff soon. Basically, there is a lot of stuff in the basement, though. To be clear, here are my 2009 tax papers. I probably have those. I have a lot of old tax papers I should definitely shred. Could put floor in. Yeah, we do need a floor in the basement. Unless he was looking for something for the segment, can't find it, then find something else also for the segment. That's probably happened. Yeah. All right, here's Ken. But we want to talk to Sarah Shields. Let's look around. Cafe is dark and quiet. It looks closed. I have nothing to tell you. I guess since we're here, we'll go through everything with her. Sarah Shields. How old do I look? Wrong. I'm 24 years old. So she's the same age as Susie, right? Like exactly the same age. Yeah. It's probably not relevant in any way. Just mildly notable. Oh, Kate Carson is also 24. Interesting. I play the piano for all the drunks who come to this place. Today it's type B, but who knows what it'll be tomorrow. There's no one. I'm all alone. I like to be by myself. I don't like to talk with cops. Fair. Apart from playing the piano, I don't have any skills. Whoops. Birthplace, born in California. Clubs, none. Okay, Bill Robbins. His murder goes to show that you can't predict anyone's fate. The night he was killed, he came here alone, but he often came with a woman with long blonde hair. We now know that was Susie, wearing her wig to disguise herself as Shelley. Fred. He and Bill weren't real brothers, you know. That's what Fred said. What? That's what Fred said one night when he was smashed. Okay, so who? Okay, so Fred never liked Bill. We knew that. Like, basically, kind of jealous of him. Had an inferiority complex. Also, their mother. Well, somebody's mother. And wife of Edward died 20 years ago. Excuse me. And Barbara, the housekeeper, basically raised Fred. More or less acted as a mother to him. She also didn't like Bill. But I don't remember this ever coming up. Not real brothers. Let's find my notes for Sarah to see if I ever wrote anything about this down. Like, it's entirely possible this came up a long time ago and we just kind of forgot about it. Because this is like the first place we came to in the whole game. Sarah Shields. Okay, let's review what she told us before. Heard Bill mumble Liberty something, referring to a bank. Bill often came to Hungry Fisherman with a woman with long blonde hair. Brian was always putting on an act, gets uptight when upstaged, picked a fight with Bill, lives uptown. Janet is, quote, capable of anything. She drives a white Ford Mustang. Well, I put Ford in there. She just says Mustang, but, you know, Ford makes the Mustang. It just seemed notable because we did know that a white Ford was stolen. Thorpe has a big cigar, saw him near the college the night of the murder, coming from the church. Which is another thing no one will follow up on. Okay, so yeah, I don't have a note about this, so I feel like this is new information. Fred. Not real brothers with Bill. So, like, that could mean... My guess would be that, like, Fred lives with... Edward currently. Just brothers on TV. And, like... As far as I can tell, like, Bill was originally, like, kind of the heir to the family fortune and business, but Fred is now. So, like, I would assume that Edward is Fred's actual father, and that Fred's mother was someone else. It could be that Barbara is his real mom. Like, that seems possible, but I don't know how likely that is. I'm just thinking about blood types. Barbara's blood type is O. We don't know Edward's. He's one of the few people that wouldn't tell us his blood type. Fred's is A. I have no idea if that means anything, especially since we don't know Edward's. Like, I feel like if we knew everybody's blood type, then we could potentially say, like, oh, you know, one of these people can't possibly be the parent because, you know, if they had those blood types, then they wouldn't have a kid with this other blood type. But since we don't know everybody's, like, I don't know how useful that information is. Not real brothers. Shit. All right. What else we got here? Kate. Don't know her. How did we miss that? Maybe that was unlocked at some point. I don't know him. Enough already. I'm getting bored. I wonder if she killed her husband. Same. There's no point in asking me. I know nothing. Susie. Well, I don't really care about other people's lives, so it's not surprising that I don't know these people. That one throws me off every time. I think since it's a long sentence, it's going to be something interesting, but it's not. She does not know many people. My boss is a good guy. I'm a very sarcastic person, can't you tell? It wouldn't surprise me if he did it, she says about Russell Thorpe. Brian Ayler, he wouldn't have the guts to kill anyone. I think that's actually two people that basically tell us that same thing about Brian. Glenn, you don't really think I can remember? Okay. Alibi. I was in the restaurant all evening. I left at about 2 in the morning. Okay. So I did originally come here intending to ask about the assault. I think this is the same response we got when I did that very early in the game and then restored. But I do wonder if finally asking about this might finally unlock something. I don't really know. She says, I try not to think about it. It happened a long time ago, and I would rather not discuss it. Thank you. Sorry, I don't usually drop earrings in married men's bedrooms. No, I'm not planning to get married right now. What business is it of yours? I drive a white Mustang. That night I heard Bill mumble Liberty something or other. Maybe he was referring to the bank. Now that we know about the embezzled funds, like maybe he was mumbling something about that. So that's everything. Is it possible? I kind of wish we hadn't arrested Fred yet. Because I kind of wonder if learning about them not being real brothers would have gotten us some dialogue that is now, that we're now locked out of. But maybe if we go question him, we can get something new out of him. So we'll try that. But once you arrest someone, you no longer get access to that full list of questions where you can ask them about specific people and stuff like that, which in this case feels like it would be useful. I'm going to go ahead and show them the relevant evidence again. Is that it? Seems strange that you can't go through those lists anymore. Yeah. But he's not your real brother. I always had an inferiority complex towards Bill, and yes, I hated him because of what he had going with Susie, but I sure as hell didn't kill him. These are all the same responses. Oh, Unsecret Crush asks, how long ago did you arrest him? Could you reload a save? That's actually a good point. We arrested him fairly recently. Maybe the housekeeper knows something about the not brother thing. Yeah, let's do that. If we don't get anything new there, then we'll try going back. I'm super reluctant to back up, especially if we're only backing up a little bit. Because anytime I back up, I have no way to know what dialogue options I need to go through again to get us, back to the same point in the game. There's certain things like evidence and interrogating that are easy to make progress on, but there's other things like, going back and asking a specific person about some other specific person that is like, unless I had been writing down everything that, made progress, it's going to be very hard to, redo all that in the same way. Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, if it comes down to that, what's the way? Is there a way I could like do all that off stream? Maybe that's probably the way to do it. Anyway, let's do another save. Okay, I was really curious if that got us any progress in general investigation. It did not. I believe vital information and total investigation went up. Yeah. because our total is 69 now. I would remember that. And vital information, I want to say, was like 72 or something. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. So we want to go to Edward Robin's house. And there's also a slight chance that like unlocked our ability to find some new evidence. So let's talk to Barbara and then we'll search here again. And it might also be worth searching. This is where Fred lives. So we could maybe find something about who his real parents are. And he was staying at Bill's house after Bill died. So that might be worth searching again as well. Okay. Again, we'll go through everything. I should make a list of who we've re-questioned, since I keep doing these out of order. So we did Edward, and then Sarah, and now Barbara. Housekeeper, 55 years old, blood type O. The Robins are my family. Hobbies, I tell fortunes. I can see you're skeptical, but just a month ago, the cards told me that something terrible would happen to Bill. What do you think of that? A month ago is interesting because that's when that insurance policy was taken out. Making some quick late dinner, back in a jiffy. Okay. I should probably take a break soon, but we'll do some more questioning first. Hobbies, right, just did that. Did you do a reading for Bill? Yeah, I don't know. We can see some tarot cards if we go in her room, and there's like a death card on top facing up. But that's kind of the only other information we get about that. I'm a qualified midwife. Keep hitting the wrong things. I'm from Memphis. Clubs, don't belong to any. Let's go through this menu. Alibi. Mr. Robbins and Freddie were out, but I was home all night. When did they get in? I don't know. I must have been asleep. So Mr. Robbins, again, he says he was just at Thorpe's house, but they were definitely out in the vicinity of the church, if not elsewhere. Fred was, I believe he went to the movies. He initially said he went home directly after the movie, but we later learned that he did not. He now says that he drove around for an hour after the movies. Oh, wait, no. We eventually got the confession out of him, right? That he went to confront Bill at the Hungry Fisherman and threatened to tell Janet about Susie, but Bill said he didn't care. So that's what he was doing after the movie theater. Okay. You see, the death card just represents change. In this case, Bill was transformed into a skeleton. Yes. Alibi. Nope. Red Tie Club. I remember hearing that years and years ago, Mr. Robbins was involved in some sort of club. I think that was the name. Can you believe there was Oh, this is new. Can you believe there was speculation that Bill had committed the crime? Just preposterous. Mr. Robbins went to the police and made sure they didn't spread that crazy story all over town. He definitely did it. And he paid off the cops. Okay. Letter. It's probably Freddie's. Yeah, we know that now. Bill's. Oh. What? That's a new option. Bill's birthplace. Who else can we ask about Bill's birthplace? Also, it's funny that like I initially like jumped to the conclusion that Fred had different parents, but given that we can now ask about Bill's birthplace, I'm guessing that it is Bill who had different parents. Like this is helping us figure out where he was born, which could help us figure out who his real parents are. Yeah, somebody's got to have something to say about this. Okay. This is good. We're making progress. I had a husband and a child and a wonderful life, and I lost it all in one car wreck. But that was years ago. Was it 20 years ago, by any chance? I've worked for the Robbins family since Helen Robbins died. I never touch anything in Mr. Robbins' room, she says about the newspaper clipping. Well, there is something that's been bothering me. The night of the murder, I called Janet. She was sobbing and barely coherent, but she kept insisting everything was okay. It was just awful. Is he a Klein? Interesting thought. That would make him related to Janet, though. If it was a Klein, wouldn't that make his marriage incestuous? Yeah. So, like, that's probably not it, but also not impossible. Okay, ask about others. We're going to go through this whole list. Terrible, dreadful thing. Can you imagine the pain his father must be going through? Martha. Now that woman has dignity. Edward. You don't see many men like Mr. Robbins these days. I always told the children they were lucky to have such a fine father. Did you ask about his birthplace already? I can't remember what she said. Yeah, I can't remember. She didn't have much to say. What do you want to know? I assume someone else will give us a more useful response to that. Maybe Edward? Fuck. I hope it's not Fred, because we can't ask him about it anymore. We can't ask Janet. Ugh. Okay. Let's not think about that right now. My little Freddie is not the murderer. Stable, responsible young woman she is, a credit to the family. He strikes me as insincere, Doug Carson. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Judy, it must be awful for Kate. Imagine living with that horrible, selfish woman. Not a fan of Judy. Michael, unlike someone I could mention, he's no womanizer. His problem is that he does everything his pushy mother tells him to do. He's totally dependent on her. How old is little Freddie? 30. Bill was 30-something. 38? 34. So 4 years older. So Bill, 34 years old, blood type AB, height 6'2", 173 pounds. But we don't have birthplace, of course. Fred Robbins, 30 years old, born in Liberty, blood type A. Yeah. Wait, no, Bill is older. Yeah. 4 years older. This game looks like a blast if you're going to take notes. Yeah. It's definitely like you need to be a person who enjoys taking notes to enjoy this game at all, I think. But if you do enjoy doing that and like, you know, piecing together information and stuff like that, I think it's really, really fun. Fred Robbins. Shoot, where were we? Michael Carson, Joe. Can't say I've talked to him much. Janet. Oh, come now. Janet? Dave. That young man hated Bill. No, I'm most certainly not using too strong a word. Interesting. Stephen. Dr. Beckert is the Robbins family physician. His clinic is located near here. Susie. I may be old-fashioned, but I can't say I approve of her morals. It doesn't take her long to get to know a man, if you know what I mean. Not every game is for everyone. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I just feel like this is somewhat less approachable than most. Which I don't mean in a bad way at all. I'm very much glad that it exists and is as challenging as it is. I like to think of myself as a surrogate mother for the children. Are you perhaps a real mother to any of them? Shelley McDonald. She's a saint to work for a difficult boss like Bill. You probably know whose fault it was that her little sister died. Yes, we now know it was Bill's. I was wondering about Fred's age because Barb seems very fond of him and maybe she's his actual mother, but he's 10 years older than she's worked for the family. Yeah, I had the same thought also. But that's a good point about the timeline not quite matching up there. I don't know that that necessarily means that she's not his actual mother. She had a family that died in a car crash. So you know, probably she didn't come to work for Edward until after that happened. So I feel like that could still all fit together. Let's see. Shelley, Ken, Sarah, Russell. He's a friend of Mr. Robbins. Brian. Who? Glenn. You know, I believe that someone with that name came here to see Mr. Robbins. Yes. Yeah, it does seem far-fetched, but I don't know. Like, I feel like there's got to be some far-fetched stuff that is correct at this point. Okay. So we've gone through everything now. Oh, right. I was going to search. Yeah, let's search, and then we want to go around and ask everyone we can about where Bill was born. Hopefully we can find that out still. On the shelf is a deck of tarot cards. On the top of the deck is the death card, face up. It's in Barbara's room. Okay. Same result there. Let's real quick go over and search Bill's house again. Okay. And now let's go ask about Bill's birthplace. So we're going to start with Edward, because that feels like our best bet. Presumably he knows where he was born. Bill's birthplace. Bill was my son. Do you want to make something of that? Yeah, I do. Okay. I now suspect that he is not Bill's father. Let's ask about Bill. Don't want to talk about my son anymore. If it has to do with Bill's work, ask his secretary, Shelley. Okay. I think we're just going to go around town and ask everyone about Bill's birthplace if we can. Gosh, I feel like we don't have a ton of people who make sense to ask about this. Would Sarah possibly know just because they talk a lot? No, can't ask about it. You wouldn't steal a son. Or would you? The Carringtons? I don't know if they might know. About father. I barely remember what he looked like. God, what is going on? There's so many questions. I want answers. I would love a couple of answers to things. Russell Thorpe? Oh, he's arrested. Shit. We can't ask anybody. This is bad. I feel like we might have screwed up. Like, I don't know that we're necessarily soft locked, but I feel like we probably have missed information because of arresting people too soon. We've arrested most of the people that would possibly know where Bill was born. Oh, the doctor? Maybe? Aha. Sorry, I don't know anything. Damn it. Big Burger. Maybe Alan would know. Alan won't know, but let's ask him anyway. Later, dude. Heart Safe Insurance. Hotel Grand. None of those make sense. Carson's house. Did we ask everyone at the Carson's house? I don't think we did. Bill's birthplace. Ah, gosh. I get so excited when I see it in the menu. Maybe Doug knows. Shit. Judy? Damn it. Beckett's Clinic, Beckett's house, Brian Ayler's house, Larrick's store. Does the guy at the store know anything about where Bill was born? No. Carrington's house we went to. There's no one there. Do you know? No. Did we already go there? Maybe. Does the psychology teacher know? Probably not. He does seem to know some weird things, though. Yeah, I got a bad feeling about this. Fuck. All right. Oh, we should go back and interrogate Fred one last time. But then I think we'll back up to before we, let's see. So, Janet we arrested. I think Janet was our first arrest. Fred, Janet, maybe Susie or Shelley, maybe Russell even, since he's been friends with Edward for a long time. Those are all people that could possibly have information. I mean, maybe even Glenn Axworthy. You know, he worked for Edward 20 years ago. And he was also looking for information about Henry Klein. So if Henry Klein was Bill's real dad, then he might know. I don't know. Gotta start getting to bed. Good luck clubbing some murderers. Thank you, Day of War. Appreciate you hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. Okay. I could use a quick break, and then I think we're going to back up. Let's do a poll. It's been a long time since we did a poll, and I'm having a hard time deciding here. So I made a save before we arrested anyone, and I made a note of which save that was, just in case it ever seemed like we wanted to go back all the way to be sure we, haven't locked ourselves out of anything. So we can go back there, or we could go back to before we arrested Fred, which was relatively recently. I think we did that on last week's stream. Whereas Janet was probably a couple streams ago. Let's see. So we're currently on save file 22. We arrested Fred around save file 19. We arrested Janet in save file 16. So the poll is, how far back do we go? How far back should I go before arresting Janet? Save 16. Oh, we'll just say before arresting Janet, before arresting Fred. So Janet is the further back one. We'll do a 5. Well, we'll do 10 minutes. Make a nice long poll. Okay, so get your votes in. I will go stretch and go to the bathroom and get a snack and a beverage and be back in a few minutes. Okay, I have returned. Good night, Val. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you sleep well. We got a few minutes left on the poll, so I guess I'll just stall for time. It's looking like we're going to go back all the way to before arresting Janet. Oh, we got another vote in just now. So we're currently at 5 votes for before arresting Janet, 1 vote, which was mine, for before arresting Fred. So it looks like we're going to go back pretty far, unless we get a lot of last minute votes here. It's probably the right call. I was leaning a little bit towards just going back to before Fred. That would allow us to ask Fred some questions that we're locked out of. And he seems like a good bet for maybe being able to give us some answers. But who knows? If we go back to before arresting anyone, then we can be really thorough. And ultimately, that's probably the best approach. Also, like we can make some progress today, the rest of the stream today, and then off stream, I can go through and make sure we've asked everyone all of the questions. So that really tedious process to make sure we're caught up to where we left off right now. Just got another vote for before arresting Fred. Looks like we got about 1 minute left. Okay. I'm just going to go through these questions real quick. Just balancing the numbies. Great. Okay, so same responses from in there. Let's go to the load game interface. So we're actually going to go back to save file 15 unless the results change drastically in the next 30 seconds. This will be right before we did our first interrogation. My note specifically says before first interrogation. Hopefully that means before I got an arrest warrant. Because I think as soon as you get the arrest warrant, you're locked out of talking to them normally. Okay, the results are in. 5 votes before arresting Janet and 3 votes before arresting Fred. I missed the third one coming in there. Okay. So now I like the most useful information we have for approaching this a second time is we know that there are certain items we can find in certain places that get kind of unlocked because of other progress we make. I do not know exactly what unlocked those things, but because we know exactly where those items are, we can anytime we make a little progress, we can check around those places to see if those items are available. And I think that will allow us to make more progress while arresting fewer people. So hopefully that'll get us a better result. The other thing to think about is what is the optimal order to arrest people? Like the first people we arrested were Shelly and Janet. And I kind of think those were the first people we could arrest. Let's start off with this. I'm gonna spam through this menu here and make sure we have all our search warrants. Actually, we know there's not any for those, so let's skip ahead here. Carson's, Beckert's. Carrington's. It looks like we've already got most of our warrants. Yeah. So that's good. That's great. Okay. Did you arrest every crime? Did I miss it? Actually, Hinton, we're now earlier in the game than last time you stopped by. We have restored all the way back to save file 15, which was probably a couple of streams back. We learned... there was a couple of things we learned. What was the other thing? But one of the biggest things we learned was that one night Fred got real drunk and said that he and Bill are not actual brothers. But we already arrested most of the people that we could ask for further information about that. And kind of hilariously, due to the game's mechanics, you get locked out of a lot of questioning options after arresting someone. Like you're locked into the interrogation interface and can no longer do the normal questioning interface. So we've backed up so that we can hopefully do things in a more optimal way and get more information that we missed. Hopefully I'll accomplish that. So I'm just thinking about how we want to do this. I guess first things first, let's make sure we've gathered all of the physical evidence we can right now. So none of those places. Oh, actually, we can make this faster. Let's do this in a smarter way instead of just spamming all the options. So we can go to the crime lab and see what we already have. Okay, which is most of the stuff. We have earrings, contract, wig, letter, pistol, scarf, knife, scalpel, bank book, and list of members. I think we're maybe only missing one item here. Newspaper clipping. Actually, I'm going to take a screenshot of this. I'm just going to save. Okay, so our overall progress is now 63 instead of, I think, 75 we were at. Total investigation is 53 instead of 69. Hinton, thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. So now we're going to go back to 22, and we're going to go crime lab, and yeah, I think newspaper clipping is the only one that's here. Yeah, that wasn't in the other save. So we know where that came from, and we can go see if it's there at this point in the game. So let's load back to 23. And that was in Edward Robin's bedroom. Okay. So we need to do something in order to unlock the ability to find that. Oh, Hinton says that was our previous investigation I flushed just now. Thank you. I appreciate that. So at some point, we did something that allowed us to come back here and find a newspaper clipping. It's specifically a newspaper clipping about the Liberty Bank embezzling funds 20 years ago. And it seemed to have some connection to Bill's murder in present day. I feel like whatever unlocked that must have not been anything super obviously related. We did that pretty soon after arresting Shelly and Janet. So I feel like probably one or both of them was what unlocked that. Feeling myself crash, so I have to leave you lurking. Best of luck unraveling everything. Thank you, French Toast, please. Again, I appreciate the raid, and thanks for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. So I feel like we need to arrest one of them at this point. The question is, which one? Shelly might be the best bet, because we do get a fair bit of information out of her. Janet, we get very little information out of. And, you know, she's someone who might know stuff about Bill, like his birthplace. So let's try Shelly. Okay. You can go ahead and make an arrest. This is someone you should bring in for questioning. I should make a note here. Went back to save 15. Save file 23. I made lots of arrows pointing at that. Okay. So now we can question her. I used to be Bill Robbins' secretary. The day of the murder, I took off work. I didn't so much as see my boss all day. I am not the murderer. What about this gun? That's my gun. What about this scarf? That... Is anything else here relevant to her? I don't think so. So let's question... Well, what does she say about the earrings? They don't belong to me. Okay. Please believe me, I don't know. Okay, so those were worth showing, I think. Even though we know now that they don't relate to her. Let's interrogate. I know you did it. I'm not the murderer. Why did you do it? I didn't do it. I didn't want to kill Bill. What did you do it with? I didn't. I swear it. How did you do it? What do you mean? Leave me alone. Get deposition. Bill Robbins met my sister in New York and married her for her money. He spent it all, every penny, and when my sister couldn't support him anymore, he walked out on her. As I said, when my sister's money ran out, Bill dumped her. Well, Bill was her whole life. When she realized he wasn't coming back, she shot herself in the head with that gun. I came to this town to avenge my sister's death, but I gave up that silly idea. Okay, so that's the furthest progress we've ever made with her interrogation so far. So now the question is, did that unlock that newspaper clipping? Damn, it did not. Grizzleby, hello, welcome. Good to see you. I think in the essence of just to experiment a little and try to pick apart how this game works, let's load our save 23. And now let's arrest Janet instead. We'll go through the interrogation process with her, and we'll see if that unlocks the new newspaper clipping. I feel like the approach we want to take here is to only arrest people that unlock something new to help us progress in some way. I do feel like most of them did that in some way, but certainly some more than others. So we're going to arrest Janet. I'm the wife of the victim. The night of the murder, I didn't leave the house. I loved Bill. How could I have killed him? Earrings. Yes, they were found on the floor of my bedroom, but they don't belong to me. Contract. That's Bill's life insurance policy. Wig. Don't know anything about it. Letter. Don't know anything about it. Pistol. Scarf. Knife. That. Okay. Interrogate. I didn't do it. I had no reason to want to kill Bill. I didn't do anything. I don't know what you mean. I signed a contract for a life insurance policy because Bill said we should get one. It wasn't my idea. I didn't say anything about it because I knew you'd jump to conclusions. It's true that we didn't have the easiest of marriages. It was rocky at times, but I love Bill all the same. I certainly didn't kill him. There's no way I could have killed him. Okay. Now, I think I'll be shocked if that didn't unlock the newspaper clipping. It didn't. So either we have to arrest both of them, or it was actually something else that unlocked it. All right. Oops. So let's arrest... Oh, sorry. Let's arrest Shelley. Interrogate her. Be more shocked, please. Why did you think Janet would unlock it? Honestly, like, it was just a guess. I tried... When we first unlocked the newspaper clipping, it happened after we had arrested both Shelley and Janet. So I'm assuming that arresting and interrogating them is what got us to unlocking that. But my initial assumption was that we only needed to arrest one of them, possibly. So I tried Shelley first, thinking it would be ideal to have Janet still available for the normal questioning interface. It was found in Edward Robin's bedroom. I don't think the way we unlocked it, I don't think was anything obviously connected to it. I kind of feel like it's based on like some overall progress meter or something. That's my best guess at this point anyway. I'm not going to bother to read all this since we just did. Oops. Okay. Oops. Okay, so now we got her updated deposition, and now we'll go see if that's unlocked. And if it's not, then I'm really stumped. It could, if it's not unlocked, it could be almost anything that unlocks it. Oh, it's not. Fuck. What else did I make notes about? Blood types. Let's see. I have in my notes where we did save file 15. After that, we learned that the gun belongs to Shelley. Janet thinks Susie did it. We learned about Shelley's sister. And then I have my note about save file 16 being after arresting Shelley and Janet. And then immediately after that is my note about the newspaper clipping. Hopefully not an in-game timer. Obviously, the game keeps track of time in some way, because anytime we save, it tells us how long we've been playing today, which is interesting. But so far, I haven't seen anything to suggest that it's using in-game time in any way. It seems like mostly things are based on, like, you choose a specific dialogue option or find a specific item or whatever, and that unlocks something. So this stinks because, like, now we're faced with the part I was hoping to be able to do off stream. Oh, I took a look at the one walkthrough that exists for a different version where a bunch of character names are different. Let me know if you want me to go on. If you can give me some information that might help me get on the right track without spoiling too much, I'm fine with that. Just because this is going to be a really tedious process otherwise. Seems you need to arrest more people before the clipping can be found. We know that's not true, though. I'm pretty sure that's not true. Unless I goofed up in my notes. But I was trying to be careful to make note of whenever we arrested someone and then saved, just in case we needed to ever back up like this. The next two people we arrested are Brian and Glenn. The walkthrough has a long list of arrested people at the step before you go find the clipping. Okay, interesting. Excuse me. Out of curiosity, even though the names are different, who are the arrested people? Because we already know everybody that can be arrested at this point in the game, so certainly not a spoiler. Also, like, I have no idea how many differences there are between these two versions of the game. So that's a very important thing to keep in mind. Fred Robbins, Tony Holding, Janet Robbins, Ralph Carrington. Simon Randall, Shelley McDonald, Stanley Howard, Manuel Barkley. Wild. I almost wonder if there's more people in that version or something. Ralph Carrington is interesting. Joe or Dave? But that's not... We haven't arrested any Carringtons, even in our latest save. Simon Randall. Stanley Howard. Manuel Barkley. Step 65 in the walkthrough, and I just Control F to newspaper, so I don't know what comes before. Okay. Okay, let's continue to do science. It's possible some things we did recently today could be done sooner. So let's go back. Oh, shit. What just happened? I was trying to back out to actually save before, but I don't know what happened. Wait, no, 20. Shit. Okay, 23 is what we want. Okay. Data error. Okay. Gonna make sure. All right. So this is before we've arrested anyone, right? Yeah, there's no one to interrogate. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Shelly, or no, Sarah. And we're going to ask her about Fred. He's been here a couple of times. Okay. So she's the one that told us about Fred getting drunk and saying that they had different parents. So that changes at some point. Turbo CD version also has a records room where you can research stuff. That sounds similar to the library in this, but that just has a few things that you start out with. But yeah, like I do very much get the impression that there are some significant gameplay differences in that version. They have a somewhat arcane order of interrogating, like call one person, show them one thing, call someone else, ask them everything, go back to the first person and get a bunch of additional warrants. Okay, interesting. Derek Ironbutt, hello. Are we hot on the trail? No. We've made some progress, but specifically, we learned that Fred and Bill were not actual brothers. And I'm worried I arrested too many people too quickly and locked us out of the opportunity to ask everyone where Bill was born, which was a new conversation topic we unlocked. So I've backed up to a save file from a couple of streams ago, and now we're just trying to figure out what is a more optimal route to get back to where we were so that we can have more dialogue options available to us. Which is a little bit difficult, but we'll get there. We've made a little bit of progress, but overall we're just kind of struggling to make sense of the game's mechanics and the order it wants us to do stuff and all of that. It's possible that we didn't need to back up at all, but I was feeling very stumped, and I think this is probably the right idea. So, I wonder if she doesn't tell us about Fred getting drunk until after we've arrested Fred. Can we arrest Fred yet? Oops. We can. Okay. So let's interrogate him. Oops. We got to bring him in first. I'm the victim's younger brother. The night Bill was killed, I went to the movies and then back home. I had no reason to want my brother dead. Come on. Please release me. Show him the earrings. They're a present I gave someone. Okay, it was Susie McNally. Okay. We showed him the contract. He says he didn't trust insurance agents, said they were the scum of the earth. No matter how many people encouraged him to get insurance, he never bought any. Yes, the initials SM stand for Susie McNally. We're just being thorough here just to make sure. Okay, interrogate. Didn't. Please believe me. I couldn't have killed my brother. Get off my back. I'm innocent. Okay, so I didn't go right home. After the movie, I waited for Bill in front of the Hungry Fisherman. I threatened to tell Janet about his affair with Susie, but he just shrugged and said to go ahead and tell Janet. He said he couldn't care less. That made me really angry, so I grabbed him and we fought. And then, what could I do? I just went home. It's true. I'm not lying. Please believe me. So hopefully that unlocked that information from Sarah. There we go. He and Bill weren't real brothers, you know. That's what Fred said one night when he was smashed. So now we have the option to, well, I guess I'm making a little bit of an assumption there. Let's go to talk to Edward. Yes, we can now ask about Bill's birthplace. And we can ask everyone but Fred about that now, which is good. It seems to me that we'll never be able to ask Fred about that. So I think this is the optimal way to get to this information. Bill was my son. Do you want to make something of that? So now we can ask Janet. Let's see. She is at the Carrington's house. Bill's birthplace. Bill didn't tell me anything. Who else? Shelley? That seems like a good... No. Okay. Russell Thorpe? I don't know, maybe? Yeah. I don't know anything about it. Damn it. I wonder if maybe no one knows. Maybe this is just here to make us wonder, and this isn't something that we find out until later. Church. None of those. I can't ask Fred anymore. Let's see. We didn't get any information, but let's go ahead and ask Barb about it anyway. What do you want to know? This is such a frustrating response because maybe she knows. Like, I almost wonder if this is the game telling us we need to like do something else before Barb will give up this information. Bill's a changeling. He wasn't murdered. The Fae folk just took him back. Lee Cosmetics, home real estate. Gaslight, Hungry Fisherman. I guess like at this point we should check literally everyone, even if it makes no sense. Because sometimes the game do that. They can keep it. Carson's. We were able to ask Kate, but not anyone else. Beckert's Clinic. Susie might know. No. Brian Ayler. There's no reason he would know, but let's see if we... Yeah. Damn. Lyric Store. I think we tried him already. Is that... I think that's everyone. Shoot. Wait, did we ask Shelley already? I kind of lost track. Yeah, it's not there. Church, cemetery, college, parking lot. Yeah, that's everything, I think. Damn. Let's see if maybe arresting Fred unlocked the newspaper clipping. I doubt it, but yeah. Does anyone remember? I know we unlocked at least one other new piece of interesting information, but I can't fucking remember what it was or who gave it to us. At least it should be at the end of one of my notes pages. It would be great to go and unlock that information as well. It's got to be here somewhere. Oh, right. Barbara. We asked Barbara about the assault, and she told us how Bill went to the police to make sure they didn't spread this crazy rumor that it was him. So let's see if we can get that dialogue. The Robbins family had absolutely nothing to do with that incident. Okay. So, again, we need to progress the game in some other way before we can unlock that information. My best guess is that we maybe need to learn more about Bill's past, specifically his marriage to Shelley's sister. And in order to do that, we need to arrest Shelley. So I think Shelley should maybe be our next arrest. Oh, that's interesting. We got a different response about Bill's birthplace. I don't know anything else. You might want to talk to his sister. Okay. We'll try that again. Wait, his sister. Kate. I was like his wife, not his sister. Kate is his sister, right? Yeah, Kate and Fred are his siblings. Okay, so Carson's house. What did she say before? Yes. I suppose nobody told you that Bill was adopted. My father knew Bill's real parents through business. When they died, he took Bill in. Okay, progress. That's still not... That's not enough to get us to anything. There's Kate. Okay. They totally murdered his family to steal him. His real parents died. I'm just trying to think of various parents who have died. Henry Klein, who, as far as we know, is the father of Janet and Dave. There's Barb's family, like husband and children, died in a car crash. that doesn't seem to fit with this though. Um, Susie's parents died. Let's see what. Um, Father died of cardiac arrest when she was 4, just after he moved to town. And then her mother died sometime after that. It's a work night, so I must vanish. Good murder investigations, all. Thank you, Silver. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. Like I feel like at least one of his parents has to be someone we've heard about, right? Maybe not, but I don't know. Let's write this down. Bill was adopted after his parents died. This will probably unlock some new dialogue, at least. Knew his parents through business. I don't know. It seems like that could be almost anyone, though. Ed knew parents via business. Okay. I think we should, like, it seemed like just bouncing around to us through a small number of people eventually unlocked that information. So I think we'll keep doing that to see if we can unlock any more. Because I would really love to know where he was born. I feel like the fact that this question is Bill's birthplace makes me think we'll eventually find that out, which would give us a rare opportunity to make use of the information about where everyone was born and stuff. So I feel like there might be something to that. Okay, so let's go to back to Edward first. And now we can ask him about Bill's birthplace. There's nothing to talk about. Let's also ask about Bill. Doesn't want to say anything. Let's ask about Fred. Fred didn't do anything. Release him immediately. Joe Carrington, Molly. Let's talk to Sarah real quick. That's the same response. And we can't ask her about where Bill was born. Bank. I'm going to go to the bank. Like, I feel like there's got to be something to this guy. Yeah, we still can't ask him much. Had business dealings with him. He was young but highly skilled. You know, only a few days ago, the construction of his company's new parking lot was completed. Fred, I hear he was arrested. Unsecret Crush said, if you ask her again, does she say anything different? No, I tried that and she did not. I think generally that is not a thing that happens. You always need to like go to somebody else and ask something to unlock a new bit of dialogue, even if it's something that is not really particularly obvious. Big Burger, Heart Safe, Hotel Grand. Oh, Fred's not here anymore because he's been arrested. So we can ask her again. She's still got the same response. Don't know anything else. She's the only one here. Let's do a quick search here. Okay, still nothing. Okay. Carson's house. Yeah, let's talk to... Wait, Kate? Was Kate the last? Yeah, Kate is the last person we talked to. I guess we're here now. I'll talk to her again. Yeah, same response still. Let's ask her about Bill. Still can't believe anyone would murder Bill, although I knew there were some people who didn't like him. I know that Fred got into an argument with Bill over Susie. Still, that doesn't mean he would kill him. It's interesting that she knew about that. Well, I mean, presumably they were arguing for a while. But like their last argument was right before he got murdered. It was incredible, just awful. I still can't believe that someone so close to us could be stabbed to death. Like, to me, that line comes off like, it could have been me. I could have been murdered. Okay, Beckert's Clinic. I don't think this is going to get us anywhere, but we'll try. Oh, we can ask. Don't know anything. Right, I remember that response. Let's ask about Bill. I'd known him for years. He was like a son to me. I only talked to him once when he came to the clinic to have his appendix removed. I wish I could be of more help. This sort of thing doesn't happen to people in my neighborhood. Okay. Church. Yeah, well... Oh, okay, we're going here, apparently. Sure. Oh, we've maybe never been to the... to the crime scene in this safe, so we'll do that real quick while we're here. It's the man whose corpse I discovered. Just opened the car door and he fell on me. I'd never seen a dead man before. He gave me the shakes. Of course, there's nothing here as usual. Efton, hello. You don't know where that stabbing has been. Hope you're doing well, Efton. Oh, ribbons of distinction as well. On the bright side, I'm still alive. Okay. Dang. So that's kind of everything, right? We were going to go to the church, even though this isn't going to get us anywhere. Bill, Mr. Robbins' funeral is held here. I pray for his soul daily. Fred, he is a serious young man. Okay, so our best hope is that this process has unlocked some new dialogue. Let's talk to Kate again, I guess. It seems like Kate is our best bet at possibly getting more info. Nothing. We'll also try Barb. Don't know anything else. Yeah, I feel like that's a dead end at this point. And then we can try Edward, though Edward is not very talkative. There's nothing to talk about. So we still don't know where he was born. We just know he was adopted and his parents died. And that Ed knew his parents through business. But that's all so vague. So I guess the one thing we now know is that, like, it wasn't that one of his parents was different, as both of his parents are different from Fred's. Like he's not related to Edward or Edward's wife at all. But what does that mean? I'm going to save 24. Okay, so we're up to 66 vital information, 56 total. So save 24, arrested Fred. And I think now we're going to arrest Shelley again. I still think we should try to delay arresting Janet as long as possible. But that's just kind of a weird hunch, I guess. Mostly because she has revealed so little to us while in jail. Whereas it feels like most of the other people we arrested, like we're making some progress in learning things. So arresting other people feels more useful. It could still be the possibility that Ed had a baby with someone not his wife who then died. And then Ed was like, well, gosh, I got to take in this poor child. Yeah, that's certainly possible. Oh, Colin Ayres says, can I offer one mechanical thing I noticed? Oh, I briefly looked at the walkthrough, but learned nothing significant due to the names being totally different. Yeah, feel free to mention the mechanical thing you noticed. It is worth noting that that version of the game seems to be different in some notable ways. So it's possible the thing you're going to mention is not relevant in this version, but maybe it will help. Okay. Let's arrest Shelley. Only thing I noticed was that it said, in one case, to ask blah twice. Oh, okay. Noted. Thank you. I mean, I've been occasionally doing that just to see. It's just that so far, I don't think I've ever noticed it doing anything. Actually, no, that's not true. I do remember that happening once. And my guess with that was that maybe we already did something to unlock the second line, and it was just giving us the first line before we could see that one. But I don't know. That was just a theory. But yeah, that's good to know. That's good to keep in mind. Thank you. Okay. Bring in Shelley. I'm going to show her earrings, contract, wig. Most of this isn't relevant, but I'm just going to spam it all real quick. So we've done this so many times now. That's enough. Interrogate. Oops. And new deposition. So now we know about Bill's past. I brought up something that I was hoping that would unlock. Whose dialogue was that? Is it Barb? God. There's too much stuff to keep track of. Yeah, it was Barb. Okay, when we ask about the assault. Okay. Okay. So she's currently still saying the Robbins family had absolutely nothing to do with that incident. At some point, she tells us more information that it was being pinned on Bill, but Bill went around and told the police not to say he did it. What does the library option do? As far as I can tell, it's only relevant at the beginning of the game. We have two categories here: unsolved cases, where we can learn about the assault, and then we have report of stolen goods, where we can learn about the stolen car, the stolen watch that turned out to be not stolen, and then the stolen knife. So that just gets us a little background information about each of those things at the start of the game, and nothing else new has ever appeared there. Did stuff get added when you found out about the fire, etc.? Nothing has ever gotten added to the library. Or are you asking just in general? I'm sure that unlocked something, but sometimes it's kind of hard to keep track of exactly what unlocks what. Just curious if sometimes new options might appear there, but maybe you didn't check. Yeah, I mean, I've checked occasionally when I'm feeling stumped, but so we went through everything with both of them, right? So let's check the paper clipping again. Like, it's tricky because at this point, like, we have the newspaper clipping. That's an obvious thing that we know we need to get, but I don't know that it's necessarily important to have it right away. And then there's probably different dialogue options that we've unlocked that I'm just not really thinking of. And it's possible that going and finding those and going through them would be more useful right now. But I feel like that's something that makes more sense for me to do off stream, just because it's going to be, I think, pretty much 100% going through stuff we've already done. I don't expect anything new to happen in that process. We still don't have that clipping. I wonder if, let's see, who else can we, Fred, we've currently arrested Fred and Shelley. We can also arrest Janet. At some point we can arrest Susie. I'm not sure if that's available yet. As well as Brian. I guess we can probably arrest Susie and Brian and even Glenn. Maybe Glenn's a good one to do next. But also maybe we should go talk to him real quick before we do that. Oh, this is... like... I knew some people described this as one of the hardest games ever made, but this is really hard. Glenn tells you about the house fires. Yeah. And like, oh yeah, that's an important like connection with the past stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if that helps us unlock the newspaper clipping. Or maybe we need the clipping to arrest him in the first place. I bet we do. Yeah, because right now we don't really have anything. I mean, even that doesn't really tie anything to him, but I wouldn't be surprised if the game wants us to have that first. Let's save. I feel like at this point in the process, you can't have enough saves. Save 25. Arrested Shelley. 25. 67 vital. 57 total. Okay, let's see if we can get Glenn in here. We can. Okay. Interesting. Although I did say I was going to go talk to him again first. Yeah, let's try that real quick. 25. So I did leave the hotel the night of the murder, but I didn't have anything to do with the murder. I just took a walk. Everybody was just out taking a nice walk at 2 a.m. the night of the murder. Normal stuff. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. Read about in the newspapers. A man got killed, right? Yeah, pretty much. Edward. There's no reason why I should know him. Sure thing, buddy. Red Tie Club. I haven't done anything, he says. His response about the assault is suspicious. I don't know. I'm not sure why he would know anything about that. I have nothing to tell the police. For the 10th time, I'm just a tourist. I simply enjoy traveling. And also staying in this hotel for 3 weeks. He said he doesn't know Sarah Shields at all. All right. Let's arrest him. I do wonder if, because we don't have the newspaper clipping, we might not be able to get any progress here. My name is Glenn Axworthy, and I'm visiting from Hawaii. I don't understand what I'm supposed to have done. You cops are really something treating me like this. Like, I don't think he'll react to any of the evidence other than the clipping. Although I suppose there's a slight possibility that arresting him will allow us to find the clipping. Yes. You turn your attention to a painting hanging on the wall. You touch the back of the frame, and a piece of paper falls on the floor. What color are your eyes? I don't know. Okay. I'm just going to write a note here that got clipping after arresting Fred. No, not Fred. Glenn. Okay. So this will allow us to get information out of Glenn now, which is good. Oh, skipped a step. Got to go to the crime lab. Oh, I skipped a step. I didn't actually take the clipping. It's funny. Warrant. Okay. It's easy to forget that it's a separate step to take it after you've found it. Okay, now we can go to the crime lab, have that analyzed. This is a 20-year-old newspaper clipping. The headline reads, "Will the case of Liberty Bank's embezzled funds ever be solved?" Could there be a connection between that case and the Robbins case? Now we can show this to Glenn. At the time the incident occurred, I was working for the Robbins Trading Company. Interrogates. Oh, okay, that was actually enough to get us the new deposition. I went to see Edward Robbins. I wanted to ask him about Henry Klein. When I asked for Mr. Robbins, though, the secretary sent me into Bill Robbins' office. That's how I met Bill. Bill was really surprised to hear about Klein. The day after I met Bill, he came to visit me in my hotel room and asked me for every detail I knew about Klein. That's all. Does that make anything new appear in the library? I mean, I keep telling you nothing new has ever appeared in the library. Son of a bitch, it did! Okay, so you knew that from a walkthrough, didn't you? I was pretty sure I had done that recently enough to be confident that nothing new had ever appeared there. But I was clearly mistaken. Thank you. Okay. Liberty Bank case. The case of embezzled funds at the Liberty Bank. In August 1966, a large amount of money was found missing from Liberty Bank. Henry Klein, a 32-year-old bank teller, was brought in for questioning, but released due to lack of evidence. The investigation was cut short when, immediately after his release, Henry Klein died in a freak accident. The deceased didn't leave behind any further clues, and the case remains unsolved. Now I'm wondering if you can go back to your previous save. Yeah, that's possible. But I think I'm going to stick with where we're at for now. I will still want to do some tedious off-stream work, but honestly, it won't take that long. So that's not a big deal. Yeah, I feel like we're better off overall in this save because we're doing a little bit better on optimizing our arrests, and I think that feels important, even if it's not essential. Like, my hunch is that we could still beat the game if we arrest people too early. Maybe. But I do think we'll miss out on information occasionally if we do it that way, which will make it harder to both understand what's going on and perhaps even, get to the end of the game. Yeah, I believe this is set in 86. Like the stolen white Ford is an 86 Ford. I kind of think that's the most recent date that's ever mentioned in the game, and it's also when the game came out. So, okay. August 1966. Yeah, so 20 years ago, which we already knew that was 20 years ago. 32-year-old bank teller. So he would be 52 now if he was still alive. And then died in a freak accident. I wish they would have given us more details. Like, my assumption is that, they assume he died in a house fire. But we don't know for sure. Curious if this unlocked the ability to ask people about the Klein fire. Let's see. Let's try. Nothing new here. Maple Mystery, hello, hello. Welcome, y'all. Hope you had a great stream. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. Let's see. So you're still playing Altered Destiny. Okay. Just making sure. My mouse got stuck in the in the DOS box. Hello, Sakanakao. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Please let me know how Altered Destiny is going today. Mousimus, great to see you as well. I'm Robot Spacer. We're currently struggling a little bit in Murder Club. It's a DOS game from originally released for PC 88 in 86 and released for DOS in North America in 89. We're investigating the murder of Bill Robbins. It is a very complicated story, and it is... some people have described this as one of the most difficult games ever made, and I can absolutely understand why. It is very challenging. Earlier, we backed up to a save that was from, I think, a couple weeks ago, because I was starting to get worried I might have gotten soft locked or at least blocked us out of some information that would help us understand things better. So we went back and did things in a more optimal way, and now I'm just trying to figure out how do we proceed next from here. But overall, it's going well. It's just been a little challenging. Altered Destiny is being a bit picky with the text parser, so I'm peeking at the walkthrough here and there. Okay. We'll reiterate. Thanks for playing this so I don't have to. You're welcome. I'm very glad to provide this service. Even though it's been challenging, I've enjoyed it quite a bit overall. Was Liberty Bank case an option? Oh, shit. I'd missed that. Thank you. I think I remember hearing about that. Yeah, what did you hear about it, buddy? All right. So we have that's a new option we can ask people about. And if anyone is not following Maple Mystery already, y'all should definitely check out her streams and the game she's working on, The Crimson Diamond. She does pixel art for the game on her streams, non-spoilery stuff, so you don't have to worry about ruining the game. And it's a lot of fun. And then she plays an EGA game after that, which is always a very interesting choice. Too late, you're committed to playing this now. Oh no. Maybe we make a randomizer mod for Murder Club. We can replay it. Ooh, exciting. We have been talking a little bit about the, I think the TurboGrafx CD version, which seems to be a little bit different. Honestly, I might be tempted to play that at some point. And then there's also a more modern remake of the game, just in the past several years, like for Mac, Windows, iOS, Android, Switch, etc. That has some really nice illustrations in it. I think I'm going to actually make a Switch Japan account and buy some gift cards online so I can purchase those versions of the game. Unfortunately, most of them are not in English. I believe the second one is. So I might actually play the second one on stream that way. But we'll see. If nothing else, though, I would love to just kind of poke around those versions and see how they look and feel. Okay, so we've been trying to go back to an earlier save and unlock some dialogue options sooner than we were able to. Because a mechanic of this game is you can get arrest warrants for people. In order to arrest someone, you have to have some amount of evidence. Usually you need, I think, some physical evidence, but it seems like at least in some cases, just like knowing some information about them might be enough. And then once you arrest them, you can present evidence to them and kind of just, there's these weird set of interrogation questions that don't seem very interesting, but like the game just kind of makes you go through them, and eventually you get more information out of them. But the tricky thing is, once you have arrested someone, you cannot go through, like we have this list of questions that's like, your basic personal facts. We have ask about others, which allows you to ask about most of the other people in the game. And then we have ask for information, which is sometimes things get added to this menu. It's kind of different from person to person, which options appear here. But once you've arrested someone, you're locked out of all of those dialogue options, which is kind of funny because, you're interrogating them, but you can't ask those like normal questions anymore. So ideally you want to arrest people as late as possible, but also like you need to arrest people to unlock certain things. So it's just kind of a weird balancing act of trying to figure out when to do it all. There's a 2-hour speed run of the TurboGrafx version on the board. Interested in beating it? I have honestly thought about it. I'm a little terrified of trying though. Like it sounds, because there's so little information. I think if I did speedrun it, I would do this version. But there's so little information about it in English that it would be tricky just to like figure out the optimal route. Like I feel like that would be a huge time investment. But it is kind of tempting. Also kind of think you should check the library when you get new info from an interrogation, maybe. Yeah, now that we've confirmed new things appear there, I think we should check that regularly. Like I had previously checked it, after doing so many different things that I had gotten the idea that we would never get anything new there. Okay. So let's go around and ask everyone about Liberty Bank case that we can. Let's ask the bank guy about that. It was the darkest moment in this bank's history. Although it has never been proven, I'm convinced that Henry Klein was responsible. To this day, the embezzled money remains missing, and the incident taints the bank's record. The bank president appears annoyed by your sudden visit. Are there English fan translations for this series? So that's a complicated question. First of all, the most recent thing that comes to mind is, I believe the last game in the series just had a an English translation released. However, my understanding is that the translation was actually taken from, interestingly, the Windows version of the game, which was officially translated into English. And then those translations were applied to, I believe, the Sega Saturn version of the game, which was done, from what I understand, because it's just a little bit easier to emulate that version than it is to get the Windows version running on a modern computer. So like there's that is the main one that I'm aware of. I think the only other English versions of the games I've come across are all like entirely official releases, but it's just, it's kind of messy. Like, like the second game, like was translated, I think a long time ago. And then also like there's a modern remake of it that was translated into English. But for some reason, the modern remake of the first game was not translated into English. And also all of those remakes are kind of hard to get a hold of. Actually, I did finally discover that the iOS version of the second game, you can buy that with a North American App Store account. So I purchased that. And that one is in English. But like the first one, and I believe there's iOS versions of some other ones too, but I think the second one is the only one that you can buy here. It's all kind of a mess, and like it's just I spent a ton of time just trying to piece together, how can I play these other games in English, and it's hard to like get good information. Yeah, Manhattan Requiem is the second one. So yeah, I bought that on iOS. So that's an option for playing that one. But I'll probably pick up the Switch version as well. Okay. Do we have anything else we can ask this guy? Most of this is stuff we've seen many times before. I can't imagine Edward's going to tell us much about the Liberty Bank case, but let's try. I don't recall the incident. I'm sure you don't, buddy. Newspaper clipping. I don't know anything about that. Bill's birthplace. There's nothing to talk about. Do we show the bank guy the clipping? Oh, we can't. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, honestly, I'm happy to share what I've been able to find. And I should honestly put together a page that like compiles all the information I've learned about how to play these games in English. Like, I haven't come across anything thorough about the series like that in English. And it would be useful. Oh, really? You didn't put a hit out on a guy to steal his child, maybe? Yeah. Also enjoyed the Jake Hunter detective games. They're a bit simple compared to this, but still fun. Interesting. I'll add that to my list. That sounds familiar, but I don't think I know much about them. Okay. So let's definitely talk to all our local business guys. So we can't ask him anything new. Don't know why Ed would want to steal a child, really. Yeah, I don't know that I think that theory is correct. My hunch is not that he like killed anyone to get their kid, but you know, maybe he had them killed and then looked after the kid just out of guilt or something. Like, I already had that theory with the doctor. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff going on here, and it's really hard to know what exactly is going on. We don't know for a fact that Klein is Janet's father, right? So we know. I feel like it was finally confirmed. Connor, thank you for hanging out, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. I'm not positive, but I feel like it was finally confirmed at some point that Henry Klein was Martha Carrington's first husband. But maybe not. And yeah, it's definitely an assumption that her first husband, who we believe to be Henry Klein, was the father of Janet and Dave, who are twins. Let's actually start. I think I have a sheet that's got some blank. Yeah, that was it. Henry Klein. Age 20 years ago. 32. I think 32 is correct. I can't think of anything else to write down, but I wanted to make a note of that just because it seems like something that might be useful at some point. Was the thing against the wall on the left? Yeah, I keep looking at that too. In my head, it's like some kind of weird trophy or something, but I really don't know. Well, I guess I should say some sort of weird sculpture. Could be a trophy, but I think some sort of weird sculpture. Who knows? Please, everyone, share your theories about what this thing is. Phone and hanging phone book? I'm not seeing it. Like phone on the little, like there's a pole with a tiny tabletop on it, and I do think that could conceivably be a phone, but then the weird shaped thing above that, I can't make that into a phone book. The shape is too weird. To me, it looks like the thing on the table is like a little pedestal, and then there's like a support thing, and then this sculpture. That's just what I'm seeing in my head. Weird hat on a hat stand. I think that's a good theory. What type of place is this? This is an office. Which... this is... Shit. Oh, right. The Lee Cosmetics Company. I think we're done here. Let's ask him about Bill and Fred real quick. He's a bit overbearing, but you could really count on him. I don't think Fred could kill anyone. Looks like a Beldar Conehead appliance. Okay. I don't expect this to go anywhere. Oh, we do have Liberty Bank case here. Look, I haven't been here that long. I wouldn't know about something that happened years ago. Fair. Life insurance. Insurance? I don't know anything about it. Oh! That's interesting. Well, we did ask about life insurance, but the insurance guy told us that he was looking for a fire insurance policy. And now he's like, insurance? I don't know what that is. Gaslight. I'm sure Molly does not have anything new for us, but let's check. Oops. Can't hurt to try. Hungry Fisherman. Probably not. Oh, bank case. I remember hearing about it years ago when I was in high school. Okay. Oops. Bring in Sarah just to make sure. Yeah, nothing there. Okay. Did you show Glenn the clipping yet? What are you looking stuff up? I can't remember. I'll double check. I think I did. Yeah. We got his new deposition. We should save. 26. Okay, we're up to 71 vital information and 60 total investigation. That's pretty good. Save. 26. Arrested Glenn. But he didn't tell you about Klein yet. No, he talked about Klein. Yeah. He went to see Edwards about Henry Klein. Asked for Mr. Robbins. Secretary sent me to Robbins' office. That's how I met Bill. Bill was really surprised to hear about Klein. The day after I met Bill, he came in to visit me in the hotel room and asked me for every detail I knew about Klein. That's all. Oh, right. A thing I forgot about is, yeah, we can go back to the interrogate options after we get a new deposition and get some new information. So we maybe didn't see this dialogue since we backed up. 20 years ago, I carried the body to Klein's house and then set fire to the house. I did it because Edward Robbins asked me to. I didn't do anything else. Oh, please believe me. I didn't kill anybody. We should do this with our other two. I said I didn't do it. Bill practically killed my sister. I was just waiting for the right moment to pay him back. When it came down to it, though, I couldn't kill him. I just couldn't. I didn't kill him. It's not true. I didn't do it. And Fred. Hey, leave me alone. I didn't kill my own brother. But he's not your brother. I've always had an inferiority complex towards Bill, and yes, I hated him because of what he had going with Susie, but I sure as hell didn't kill him. There's no point in yelling. I've told you a million times I could never have hurt Bill. I can't answer that. Okay, let's do another save. I'm just going to write over the save we just made. Okay, that didn't actually get us any new... Well, I guess I'm not sure what our interrogation was before that. So now I mentioned fire. The other library thing about Klein didn't mention fire. Arson at Klein house. The burning of the Klein residence. Quit looking things up. I do appreciate this assistance, but I feel like we're doing good now. Just FYI. At 5 in the morning on September 30th, 1966, a fire broke out at the Klein residence near St. Andrew's Church. The house was burned to the ground and Henry Klein killed, his body charred beyond recognition. Okay, what if that's not Klein's body they found? Like, I was already talking about this earlier. Like, whenever Glenn talks about this job he was asked to do, he does not say that it was Glenn's body. He says he took the body to Klein's house and then burned it. So we don't know whose body that was. And the more information we get about this, the more I'm convinced that it was not Klein. House was burned to the ground and Henry Klein killed, his body charred beyond recognition. The police suspected arson but could find no proof. The origin of the fire was listed as unknown and the investigation halted. Like, did they have stuff like identifying by teeth as long ago as 66? My suspicion is that they would not have been able to do that. So they would have just assumed that this was Klein's body. Yeah, I'm sure this is unlocking stuff. For sure. Okay, just want to make sure that's still the same. Okay, let's go investigate. We're going to go back around to everybody here. So we have Liberty Bank. Okay, now we have arson at Klein's house. Great. What's the idea of asking me these things? I don't know anything. Promise I'm not looking up anything, but I'm probably going to be really annoying about checking the library forever now. That's fair. Okay. Lee Cosmetics. Nothing here. Arson. Don't know anything. Okay. Fair enough. Oops. Gaslight. Molly, do you know about the fire? Of course not. Oops. Hungry Fisherman. Let's see, if Ken was in high school, he probably doesn't know much. Arson. Don't remember. Don't expect Sarah to know anything, but we'll check. Liberty Bank. I'm sure we can ask him about the fire. That might be interesting. Unfortunately, all the evidence was lost in the fire. Somehow the bank's personnel file on Henry Klein was lost as well. Shucks. Don't think I noticed the witness poster at the theater before. Yeah. Big Burger. Alan, what do you know? Nothing. Insurance. He might have something to say. No. Hotel. Okay. Bank. I vaguely remember an incident like that. And then arson. No, that I don't remember. Let's see. We already arrested Glenn, so we can't go to his room. Let's see. There's nobody here. Let's search for clues while we're here. It does seem like we might have accomplished enough new stuff to find a new clue. Or a new piece of evidence, rather. Edward. Okay, we can ask Barb. That was before I came here, she says about the bank. And arson, she just says, what? Don't forget to try asking the same questions twice sometimes. Which ones? Who knows? Yeah, like... yeah. Yeah. I feel like I'm not gonna worry about that too much, but if it does seem like this person might have more to say, we should probably do that. It's fine to remind me about that repeatedly. M. Zizzy, hello. Jump for those sausages. Just gotta talk to people 6 times before we get these sausages. I mean, new information. I hope you're doing well, Emmy. Oh, that's the only person here. Okay. Next, Carson's house. We got a bunch of people here to talk to. But, yeah, let's ask about Bill's birthplace again. Nothing new there. Bring in Doug. He ought to know something. This is the first I've heard about the bank case. Okay. I don't really believe you. Don't know anything about the arson. Do you have all the same physical evidence as you had last time now? We got the newspaper clipping. Yeah. So yes, we have all the physical evidence. Carson's arson. Judy... Liberty Bank case. Now that you mention it, I do recall the incident. My father was enraged because he was doing business with Liberty Bank at the time. Father. We don't know who her father was. Arson. I don't remember much about it. Okay. That was everybody there, right? Yeah. Beckert's Clinic. He might have something to say. Liberty Bank case. I vaguely remember the case. I was at med school at the time, though, and very preoccupied. Reasonable. Arson, I don't know. Bill's birthplace. Let's try that again. Don't know anything. Oops. Okay, I didn't mean to do that, but we're in this mode now, so let's do a quick search. Nothing. Stephen Beckert's house. Let's see. Susie is still here. Nothing there. Okay. I'm going to do a quick search here. I should probably be searching everywhere more thoroughly. But we can go back and get the ones we missed. Brian Ayler. We haven't arrested him yet. That's cool. Nothing. Yeah, nothing to find there. Lyric store. Yeah, he might have something to say. Liberty Bank case. That's all anybody around here could talk about for weeks. The money was never found, and eventually people stopped talking. Just think, all that money out there somewhere. So, I feel like Ed's probably got that money, right? The big rich guy in town that definitely told somebody to dispose of a body in Henry Klein's house. Arson. After the house burned down, it became a vacant lot, but recently it's been paved over and turned into a Robbins Trading Company parking lot. Are you fucking kidding me? What's in that lot? Son of a bitch. I think that's one of the places where we have the option to go to a different area, but like nothing has ever been available. Dig up the lot. Arson. Vacant lot became parking lot. And there was just some construction was just done there. Time for the jackhammer mini game. I wish. Okay. Heck. All right. I'm going to go through. Yeah, we'll just continue going through the list here, and then the parking lot is last. So then we'll poke around there at the end. Liberty Bank case. I don't know. I didn't live here 20 years ago. Arson. That incident has nothing to do with me or my family. I'm so sorry. Janet. She probably doesn't know anything about this. Let's ask her about Bill's birthplace again. Don't know anything. And then Dave probably doesn't know anything either because he wasn't even alive. About father. I barely remember what he looked like. Who is their father? Like, God, there's so much I want to piece together. Russell, you can tell us stuff. Bank case. God, arson. What's the big idea asking me about that? Okay, you're guilty. What did you have to do with this? Bill's birthplace. I don't know anything. Sure. Oh, let's search here real quick. We're covered in soot again. Always getting pranked by the fireplace. And I skipped searching Carrington's, I think. Dirty dishes. Okay, nothing there. Martha said she didn't live here 20 years ago, so Klein can't have been her husband. Her first husband, anyway. It's an interesting point. Let's review what we know about Martha Carrington real quick. 45. So 20 years ago, she would have been 25. Blood type A. Her current family is, she's married to Joe, and Dave and Janet are twins, and they're her kids, but not Joe's biological kids. She's a freelance interior designer. She likes gardening and has a rose garden. Her alibi is that she was home all evening, and her husband came home at 11 p.m. She has some artistic ability. She's been in Liberty for 5 years. She said that Dave's been keeping to himself, locking himself in his room. She insists there's no gun in her house. And also said that Glenn has been to their house before. And that's everything we've gotten from Martha. So we're probably in the clear for Bill and Janet having an incestuous marriage, assuming Klein was anyone's father. Yeah, that does, I feel like, increase the possibility that Klein might be Bill's biological father. Okay. Where were we? Shelley. Oh, right. She's been arrested. We'll do a quick search. Nothing. The church. Liberty Bank case. I don't know anything about it. Arson. What? We still can't go anywhere else here. When are we going to find out about the secret area in the church and the cemetery? Is that everything? Yeah, okay. Cemetery. Can't imagine this will give us much. Liberty Bank case. Ah, nice. Now that's an interesting case. It had to have been extremely well planned. And I'd bet money that there was more than one person involved. A whole murder club, you might say? Okay, this is definitely like, it's fitting together with what I had assumed, which was that the whole Liberty Bank case had something to do with the Red Tie Club / murder club, and that like there were a bunch of people that did stuff, I don't know what, and then also some people died. Okay. No, arson. When Henry Klein's house burned down, all the evidence was destroyed. The timing was just too perfect. I'm sure something fishy was going on. Let me find his sheet so we can make some notes. All the way at the end, as usual. Okay, so what did he say? Oh, shit. Fuck. What did he say in the first... We got different information this time. As a matter of fact, the man who was under suspicion for the crime is buried here. It's Susie's dad, Rand McNally. Can anyone remember what he said the first time? It has already left my brain. Wait, so if Henry Klein was the suspect, does that mean Henry Klein is Susie's dad? Oh, right. The bit that tied it to the Red Tie Club. So he said that it was very well planned and that multiple people were involved. Okay. Bank, well planned. Multiple people. Thank you. And then suspect buried in cemetery. Parentheses. Henry Klein? Question mark? So, I mean, obviously there's lots of people buried at the cemetery, but when we were told that Susie regularly came here to her father's grave, that seemed like notable information. And now we're given this. So in like I had also strongly suspected that Susie's dad was killed by the murder club, basically. So like I feel like this all adds up pretty well. And then my theory was that the doctor took Susie in out of guilt for basically making her an orphan. Susie says her dad died of cardiac arrest, though, although she was very young when he died, so maybe that's just the story the doctor told her. Yeah, like also. Yeah, like there's still so much stuff. Like, we don't know for sure that it was Henry Klein that died in Henry Klein's house. You know, there was a body found, but it was unrecognizable. He said multiple people were involved in the case. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Does he have more to tell us? Is there a third response? Okay, no. So let's ask arson again. Nice. We did get more. There are no pictures of Henry Klein left. Nothing. And everybody around here seems to have forgotten about him. In my opinion, someone should have kept digging. He's the key to that case. No pictures left is very... What? So they really didn't want anyone to figure out whose body that was in Henry Klein's house. No pics left. Forgotten. He's the key to that case. Being the arson? I mean, we specifically asked about the arson. But I feel like he's probably referring to the bank embezzlement here. Yeah, I mean, I've been saying I feel like there's a chance that Klein isn't really dead. Okay. We'll do both of these one more time. Okay. So we're not getting anything else new there. Oh, grave. Grave. Tell us about grave. I went to the graveyard and examined every single grave. Sure enough, I found the grave of a man who died just before the incident. The name on the grave was Robert McNally. Interestingly, he was buried right next to Klein. Okay. So he died right before the incident. So his body was taken to Klein's house and made to look like Klein's body. And then the house was burned down. No one could recognize the body, so they just assumed it was Klein in his own home. So Klein is not dead. At the very least, he didn't die then. In cemetery, right next to Klein, and then died just before the incident. Bill is Klein? Like that, it popped in my head that, you know, maybe someone else is actually Henry Klein, but I don't think it makes sense that it would be Bill. Wait, let's see. Is anyone 52 currently? Joe Carrington is 52. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, like Bill was only 34, so there's no way it's him unless he just looks really, really young for his age. William Neighbor is 50. Peter Ledoux, security guard, is 50. Father Jacoby is 58. Judy's 52 also. Matthew Gaffney is 54. Stephen Beckert is 58. Doug Carson, 58. Barbara, 55. Russell Thorpe, 56. Yeah, like if anybody might be Henry Klein, Joe Carrington, I feel like would be the best bet, but I don't know. That doesn't seem like anything interesting to me. So it's an interesting thought, but yeah. Don't think we can know Klein's blood type. Yeah. Nobody has told us about that. Yeah, we're learning so much here. Geez. Let's ask about the grave again. This is pure speculation, but what if Henry Klein didn't really die? What if the corpse that was buried in his grave belongs to someone else? Yes. So, I think if we dug up McNally's grave, I think it would be empty, because presumably his body is now in Klein's grave. What's Joe, though? Joe Carrington is the stepfather to Janet and Dave Carrington. And Robert McNally's cousin is a cartographer. Kind of digging the idea of Joe Carrington being an assumed identity. Oh, Joe's blood type? I mean, we don't have anything to compare it to. It is AB. Okay, no more grave info. I'm going to go back to these two just to make sure those haven't changed. Okay, now can we... Yes! Graves unlocked! You stare down at the graves of Henry Klein and Robert McNally. Now we need a shovel. Search for clues. With the help of two workmen, you unearth the coffins. You open them up and find... Henry Klein's coffin contains a human skeleton, but Robert McNally's is completely empty. Yes. Can we take the skeleton? We can? I was joking. We can take the bones to have them analyzed. Hell yes. You remove the bones from Klein's grave. This game fucking rules. You don't find anything relevant to the case. Okay. Thank you, Workman. I appreciate your help. Oh, man. Okay. Shit. To the crime lab. JB, where on earth did you get these? They're human bones. The man these bones belong to was shot through the right leg. Okay. Bones found in cemetery. Shot in right leg. So these are Rand McNally's bones. He was shot before the bank incident. And then his body was put in Henry Klein's house and burned to the ground. So Henry Klein was the number one suspect for the embezzlement. So basically this was done so that Klein could get away with it all. But then what happened to him? And what happened to the money? Like, shot through the right leg. I assume he was shot because he was intentionally killed so that his body could be used as Klein's body. Would presenting this to Glenn be worthwhile, since he was the one that... Oh yeah, he might know that the body he was moving around was shot in the leg. What can I tell you? I don't know. Damn it, Glenn. Put those bones in your purse. Bones distracted me. I was going to say, assuming Joe married Martha 20 years ago, I'm saying he's actually Klein who fled town under a new name and then just couldn't resist coming back to town 5 years ago for reasons. Let's ponder this. Given the age thing, it's worth thinking about it. Joe was born in Philly, blood type AB. Currently married to Martha Carrington. He's in real estate, certified real estate appraiser, reads mysteries. He's interested in mysteries, which was the alleged topic of interest for the Red Tie Club. On the night of the murder, he was supposed to meet a customer. The customer never showed. He originally said he went home at 10, but then it was later like, maybe it was 11. I don't know. He lived in Boston for a while, moved to Liberty 5 years ago. Stepdad to his kids. First wife died of heart disease. Okay, so that kind of matches up with things, I think. Oh, his first wife died of... Okay, yeah, no. I thought I was putting something together, but I was wrong. Saw Mr. Carson around 10. He was in a big hurry. Said Bill is selfish, had it coming. The cosmetics company is having a bad time. Opposed the marriage to Bill. And Dave tells me everything. He doesn't drive. Okay. So that's everything we have directly from Joe, but we have other information that other people have given us. They don't call him the Bone Master for nothing. You expect Glenn to recognize every bone? If I'm right, his past details are possibly fake or at least irrelevant. Yeah, that's certainly possible. I'm going to go through and look for anything that anyone else has told us about Joe. I feel like there's not a lot, but there might be some little bits here and there that are useful. So we definitely want to go talk to Joe next, because we might be able to get something new out of him. Maybe we could even arrest him at this point. I feel like that's a good bet. Maybe. It's hard to know if the game recognizes what we have pieced together at this point. Oh, the lot. We still haven't been to the lot. Shit. We got to go to the lot. Please remind me to go to the lot. Oh my gosh. Joe. Oh, right. The fire insurance. Insurance guy told us that Joe wanted a fire insurance policy, but when we asked Joe about insurance, he's like, I don't know what insurance is. Leave me alone. I still don't fully understand that. Like, I assume this was recent that Joe wanted fire insurance, but we haven't heard about anything recent being burned down. Joe opposed Janet and Bill getting married. Heard that from multiple people now. Dave described Joe as a recluse. That maybe kind of makes sense if he's like trying to hide his identity, right? But you would think, like, why would he come back here? And why wouldn't anyone recognize him? Oh, the pictures. All the pictures had been destroyed and everyone had forgotten about him. So he probably figured it was fine to come back here at this point. Because everyone had forgotten him and there's no, like, evidence of what he ever looked like. You know, he probably changed his appearance, I think he's got longer hair now. Yeah, it's kind of shaggy hair, I guess. It's not very long. But, you know, he might have changed his appearance up a little bit. Yeah, I feel like that's gotta be Henry Klein. Russell described Joe as, quote, one strange guy. Okay, and that's all we have about Joe. So we have very little information about Joe. And, like, just lots of people describing him as, well, not lots of people, but, you know, he's a recluse. He's strange. Like, I feel like this fits with someone who's, like, trying to hide their identity. Conveniently had no friends, I guess. Yeah. Gotta say, I always thought he just looked suspicious generally. Yeah, I think that's fair. Okay. So he didn't have anything to say about the bones. Let's save. It's been a little bit here. 27. I would love to analyze my progress. We're up to, wow, 75 collecting evidence. Maximum general investigation, 100 points. Interrogation, 11 points. Vital information, 78 points. Total investigation, 64 points. Save 27. No new arrests. Got bones. Thank you. All right, library. I will check the library. Nothing new. We didn't really learn about any like new incidents, so that makes sense to me. You have achieved investigating generally. Okay, so we got distracted by our exciting cemetery find. Let's go back to Arlington and then, most importantly, the parking lot. Liberty Bank case. Yes, I remember. It caused a real stir. Interestingly, we can't ask him about the arson. Almost everyone we've been able to ask about the bank case, we could also ask about the arson, which I feel like makes sense. Like, it's all people who, you know, would have been alive at that time. Crime scene. Let's take another look here. You light up a cigarette and take a look around. You can't find any clues and aren't hit with any great inspiration. Soon, inspiration is going to hit us. God, it's almost 2. I was just thinking, like, yeah, we got a lot to go still. There's tons of interrogation to go. So this will definitely be another stream. But I feel like we're getting really close now. And I'll be shocked if we don't wrap it up next week. Robin's parking lot. It doesn't seem to be a busy day at the lot. It's an enormous lot. Can't ask him anything new. Can we go? Okay. So we still can't go anywhere new here. I am positive now that there's something to unlock here, like a new area, and that we'll find something like, you know, buried under the parking lot. I wouldn't be surprised if this like very close to the end of the game, cause like to go all the way to put an entire parking lot on top of a vacant lot where someone's house was burned down, like that seems like serious commitment to burying evidence, literally. 24-hour stream. Oh no. Okay. So what's next? I think what's next is I need to really go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay. So it's his lot in life. Next, we arrest Joe Carrington, maybe? I think we should at least see if we can do that now. We should also search everybody's houses again. Ooh, I wonder if we could possibly get a. I worry a little bit that we're like kind of jumping ahead of the game in having come to the conclusion that Joe Carrington is Henry Klein. Like, it's very clear in the game at this point that Henry Klein did not die back then. But Joe Carrington being Henry Klein takes a little bit of a leap. Let's see if we can get a search warrant. Okay. I kind of think we can't ever search most of the businesses just because they don't ever have the option when you go there to show a warrant. We unlocked the grave dialogue with the guy at the cemetery, but I'm skeptical that that would show up anywhere else. You're beginning to bother me. Get out of here. I think his responses to these questions are new. Like, he seems more annoyed than he was before. He was already annoyed, but now he seems really annoyed. I have nothing else to say. Please leave now. I've got work to do. And then the arson. You're beginning to bother me. Get out of here. Bill's birthplace. There's nothing to talk about. It just popped in my head that Bill hired Brian to steal that car. Why the hell did he do that? That still doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Like, I guess Bill was up to something and that was why he got murdered? But what was he up to? Like, initially it seemed like, oh, he got murdered because, you know, he was cheating on his wife, you know, maybe because he assaulted someone, maybe just, you know, because of all this generally being a shitty person. But now it seems more like this is like much more directly related to what happened in the past. Like maybe Bill found out. Oh. Glenn went to find out about Henry Klein. He went to talk to Edward Robbins, but then he was taken to talk to Bill instead. And Bill was very interested in Henry Klein. And even talked to Glenn the next day to ask additional questions. So yeah, I think maybe Bill found out who Henry Klein was or was starting to figure stuff out. And I think maybe that's why he got killed. Joe didn't want Janet to marry Bill, so I'm counting that as evidence he's Bill's real father and didn't want the secret to get out. Possibly. Possibly Bill was killed to keep Henry Joe's secret. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay. Let's talk to Joe. No one else is working in the small office. As you can see, I'm busy. Please make it short. What's your name? Joe Carrington. 52 years old. Work in real estate. Family. There's my wife, Martha, my daughter, Janet, and my son, Dave. What's your alibi? I'm not lying. No, I left at 10 o'clock, or maybe it was 11. I haven't the faintest idea about Red Tie Club. Liberty Bank case, I don't have anything to say. Arson, I don't know anything. Sure thing, buddy. Life insurance. Insurance? I don't know anything about it. Pistol, I don't own a gun. Oops. Marriage. I know next to nothing about Martha's previous husband. Martha doesn't like to talk about him, and I don't press the matter. That's interesting. I don't think we've gotten that dialogue before. So do we think that Henry Klein is in fact Martha's first husband? And then he just went away for a while and came back under a new name, and then they got married again? Like, I can't help but think that that is the case. It's not what you think? I mean, I could be wrong, but like, it seems like it's a definite possibility. She lived somewhere else 20 years ago. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But then, like, why this? Why is there a lack of information about her former husband? Also, like, do we know she's telling the truth about not living here? Like, she's been in Liberty for 5 years, but, you know, for all we know, she lived in Liberty 20 years ago. And then when Henry Klein died, she left, and then she came back 5 years ago, which would have been 15 years after. I feel like that's entirely possible. You know, it's not like she gave us her full, like, list of places she's lived or anything. We know she was born in Boston and that she came to Liberty 5 years ago, and that's literally it. Okay, what I think is Klein stole a bunch of money with help, faked his death, married as Joe, and is back in town for reasons that I haven't figured out just yet. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Automobile. Excuse me. Don't drive. Company status. It's going fairly well, thank you. Something else. Now that you mention it, yes. I did see Mr. Carson when I was leaving work that day. He was in a big hurry. Why did Rand McNally's cousin get shot in the leg? Oh, okay. We're referring to Robert McNally as Rand McNally's cousin. I mean, my theory with that is that he was, well, I guess shot in the leg is a little weird. But my thought was that he was intentionally killed to just be a body to take the place of Henry Klein. Which, shot in the leg doesn't necessarily contradict that. He was a selfish man. I hate to say this about my daughter's husband, but he had it coming. Fred. Don't know him very well. It's weird that we even at this point in the game, cannot ask anyone about Henry Klein. I would love to know what Joe has to say about Henry Klein. Let's ask Joe about Joe. What do you want to know about me? Just trying to think of anyone that's worth asking about here. Don't know him. I've never met him. He's the Watney Little of this game. He sure is. Blood type AB. Okay. I figure they wanted him dead for some other reason, right? Why shoot a friend to cover for another friend's fake death? What makes you think that McNally was a friend? Maybe I'm forgetting something, but I don't remember getting any information that anybody really knew him. That's the story Beckett always says, right? Oh, right. His friend died, so he took in his daughter. But that could be a lie. That could very well be a lie, I think. Like, I have thought for a long time that the Red Tie Club was responsible for killing Susie's dad, and that he felt bad about it. And that was why he took her in. Like, he didn't feel bad about killing her dad, but, he felt like she didn't, deserve what happened to her, basically, especially after her mother died. Culinary says McNally was likely a business rival. I think that sounds believable. Some kind of business murder. Let's go talk to the doc again. Let's see what he has to say about things. Bank case. A new response. What possible connection could there be between me and a 20-year-old embezzlement case? You're crazy. You're way off track. Arson. There's nothing to talk about. So he's definitely connected to the embezzlement. Let's search here again. All right. I was going to go back and make sure I searched everywhere. There's some places we skipped, I think. There's no one there. Nowhere there we can search. Edward. So we found everything that we found before we backed up. But I feel like at this point we've learned enough that we might find new clues. Which we know does happen. So far, the only thing that has happened is we found that newspaper clipping after arresting a couple of people. Can't remember if we already did this one. And I think after this, we should see if we can arrest Joe. My hunch is that we aren't ready to do that yet, but I think it's worth trying. If that doesn't work, maybe it'd be a good time to arrest other people. Although, I'm really starting to wonder at this point if we necessarily need to arrest everyone that we had previously arrested. Like, especially Janet. Like, Janet didn't give us any particularly helpful information, and I'm increasingly convinced that she did not have anything to do with this. I kind of spaced out, but I think I checked everywhere there. I think we're done. Going back around here. Clinic, Beckett's house. Yeah, I think so. So he's the one that told us about the lot. Okay. All right. Back to the office. Let's save. I think we're just going to save over 27 since we didn't really do anything, but I want to make sure we didn't. $75, $111, $78, $64. So we're still not, we were up to 69 total investigation when we backed up. Judd still says, you seem to be on the right path now, JB. I hope you will relieve my troubled mind soon. All right. Arrest. Joe? Damn. Who do we have already? We have Fred, Shelley, and Glenn. So we should be able to arrest Janet. Oh, we got Shelley. Susie we had previously arrested, and Brian. Brian seems like he might be a good one to arrest now. Mostly because his kind of piece of the puzzle is interesting and not something we have a lot of information about yet. So after we arrest him, we are able to determine that he was paid to steal the white Ford. We were not able to arrest the doctor before. Let's see what happens. No, still not yet. Susie? Did we learn anything from Susie? She's kind of interesting because, like, maybe arresting her. Wait, we haven't. Let's talk to Susie. Like, I feel like we might have new things we can talk to her about. About father. Yeah, that's the same line. My father died of cardiac arrest when I was only 4 years old. It was just after he moved into town. Grave. We can ask her about the grave now. I should have realized that. My father is buried in the Downs Hill Cemetery. I'm just thinking. Good night, ribbons of distinction. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. Scalpel. Funny, isn't it? The only time I remember Stephen bringing a scalpel home from the hospital. Something else. Nothing in particular. Let's ask about Bill. Okay, so she's still maintaining that she didn't know Bill. I kind of think she keeps up that story until we arrest her. So that's probably a pretty important chunk of information to unlock. Like, at this point, we're starting to learn a lot about what happened in the past, but we're still lacking a huge amount of information about what happened recently and how it ties into the past. So, like, I don't know that Bill's relationship with Susie tells us that much, but it does give us a lot of additional context about, like, what Bill was doing. Let's ask her about Joe. Never met him. Okay. I feel like we're going to have to arrest someone. Let's do another quick save. What if you show her the bone? Yeah. Okay. Let's arrest. Oops. Brian, probably. Maybe Susie. I still don't think Janet is very useful to arrest. She gives us almost nothing. All she does is blame Susie. Although, I wonder if it's possible we have to have her say that stuff before we can arrest Susie. Let's start with Brian. Okay. You can go ahead and make an arrest. This is someone you should bring in for questioning. The suspect sits down across from you. Get deposition. I'm a writer. At the time of the murder, I was home writing. I can't believe that you think I killed Bill Robbins. It's absurd. What do you think about this bank book? I think that's the only thing. What do you think about these bones? Pistol. Okay. I know you did it. I didn't kill him. Why did you do it? I don't know anything about the murder. What did you do it with? I didn't kill anybody. How did you do it? I didn't do it. And then for some reason he confesses. Bill Robbins made a fool out of me with that car thing, and I was really upset with him. But to say that I killed him for that? Come on, guys. It's true. Honest. Come on, Inspector. You gotta believe me. Let's see. Sometimes going back to these, it gets us a little additional info. I only stole one lousy car. Back off. I couldn't kill anybody. I'm not that kind of man. So at some point, we got another deposition out of him. I think. I'm pretty sure this dialogue was replaced with something else. The bank book more than once? Yeah, I don't know. It's possible also that just letting him stew for a bit was what did it. It's the money I got from selling the car I'd stolen. Okay. Okay. There we go. Yes. I stole the car from the Robbins Trading Company's parking lot. I couldn't sell my books and I was having a hard time. I'm truly sorry. It was a bad judgment call. I'll admit to stealing a car, but I sure as hell didn't kill anyone. It's true. You gotta believe me. Okay. Okay. So does that get us anything new, is the question. Let's do a save here. 28. So now up to 19 interrogation, 79 vital information, and 67 total. Wait, what number did I just type? 28, okay. I forgot I can look at my files. Save 28. I was thinking I might have typed 29, but I wasn't sure. Arrested Brian. Okay. Let's get Susie in here. Okay, okay. You can go ahead and make an arrest. This is someone you should bring in for questioning. Interrogation. Bring in Susie McNally. The suspect sits down across from you. Get deposition. I'm the nurse over at the Beckert Clinic. I was in my room that night. I don't know anything about the murder. What do you think of these bones? I just don't know. Earrings. I just don't know. Contract. I just don't know. Wig. I don't know. It's interesting that she starts out saying, I don't know about the wig. How do we get her to talk eventually? Newspaper clipping. The newspaper article was written the same year that my father died. What if the library info about the stolen car is different now? That's an interesting question. I wouldn't expect it to be, but it's worth checking. I didn't kill Bill. Why? I didn't have any reason to kill Bill. What did you do it with? I didn't do it, honest. How did you do it? I told you. I don't know anything. Excuse me. Yes, it's true that I was having an affair with Bill. And yes, I did go to Bill's house when Janet was away. Bill promised he would divorce her and marry me, but No, I didn't kill Bill because he wouldn't marry me. You don't know me. I couldn't do that. I really don't know anything else. Bill was bad. So now we can show her things and get more info. Earrings. I just don't know. Really? Wig. Yes, it's a disguise I used when I went to meet Bill. When I wear it, I look a lot like Shelley MacDonald, Bill's secretary. Why? Okay. Yes, I knew that Fred loved me, but I couldn't love him back. I loved Bill. She keeps denying that she knows anything about the earrings, which is weird to me. Show her the bones again. Don't know. Let's interrogate again. I couldn't have killed him. I loved him. I never even thought about killing Bill. It's true. Please believe me. Oh, please, I'm innocent. Please believe me. Still doesn't know anything about the earrings. I'm trying to think, is there something we haven't learned yet in this playthrough? But I can't think of anything. I feel like we have all the information to piece this together. But maybe we just need to wait until she's ready to admit it. Like the manual, I think, told us that we might have to just wait for people to be willing to admit more or less. Yeah, Fred is already in jail. Let's actually interrogate him again. Show him the earrings. They're a present I gave someone. Okay, it was Susie McNally. I think he already told us this, though, which makes me even more confused. Letter. I love Susie, but she had something going with Bill. Bones. It means nothing to me. Bones mean nothing to me. I didn't do anything. I'm innocent. I'm in love with Susie. That's all. Okay, so let's try Susie again. Show the earrings. I just don't know. That's so weird. Oh, we're up to 70. Okay, we have surpassed our previous save in total progress. Save 29. Arrested Susie. So we're up to 75 collecting evidence. That's still a pretty good chunk of evidence to go, which is very interesting to me. Maximum general investigation, 28 interrogation. That is still well under where we left off before we backed up. Vital information is 80, which is quite good. Total investigation is 70. Okay. I do want to wrap up soon, but I just want to do a little quick poking around to see if we can get any new. Well, The fact that general investigation is at 100 makes me wonder if there is new dialogue we'll unlock. There's gotta be. Yeah. I think maybe not all new dialogue counts towards general investigation. I'd love to learn more about how the scoring systems work in this at some point. Let's try this parking lot again. Still can't go anywhere else. So we arrested most recently Brian and Susie. Who could we talk to relevant to them? That's not already arrested. That's the tricky part. Let's maybe talk to Janet again. Let's talk to all these folks again. I was home all evening. My husband came in at about 11 o'clock. Red Tie Club. My first husband was a member of the Red Tie Club. This Amoenus Club, what? The game makes it sound like it's something fairly innocent and just like a women's charity, but there's got to be more to it, right? Because why is it there? Like, it could just be a distraction, but it seems like it's got to be here for a reason. That's the charity organization that Mrs. Carson shares. Liberty Bank case. Actually, my first husband worked for Liberty Bank. That's very interesting. Now I'm positive that her first husband was Henry Klein. Like, I'd be shocked if we found out that's wrong. Oh, yeah, I also just remembered that Sarah told us Bill was muttering something about liberty something something. So that fits with Bill was figuring things out about what happened 20 years ago, and that's why he was killed. So I feel pretty good about that theory at this point. So is she in on it? That's a great question. I feel like she has to know that her husband changed his identity, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean she knows any more than that. Like, I mean, certainly she knows that he's doing shady shit. Can you arrest her? Good question. I'm not sure she's in the list, but I don't remember for sure. Let's ask about that again. Okay. Arson. Oh! The name of my first husband was Henry Klein. There you go. Henry Klein confirmed. Finally. She has not said that previously. I'm pretty sure that's new dialogue because of all the stuff we've uncovered. Like probably digging up the graves was important to get that info, is my guess. Okay. Life insurance. I know nothing about it. Pistol. There's no pistol in this house. Marriage. My first husband lived in this town briefly a long time ago. Something else. No, nothing at all. Tell us about Joe. He's working today. My husband operates the home real estate agency downtown. So Janet and Bill being sibling is back on the table, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but we don't really have any reason to suspect that Bill is Henry Klein's kid necessarily. Like, that was definitely a leap. And so far, we haven't gotten anything new to piece that together. Although, that would be a good reason for Joe to object so strongly to them getting married, wouldn't it? Fuck. Joe said Bill is selfish and had it coming. Why would he say that about his own kid, though? I mean, you know, obviously everyone doesn't like their kid. I feel like it doesn't quite fit. Like, had it coming is a lot to say. And I would assume he knows, well, yeah, I would assume he knows that, you know, if Bill is his kid, I think he would know that. I'm just looking through my notes for... Yeah, we already looked for notes about Joe, so, and there wasn't a lot. We know very little about Joe. So I don't think it's worth going through all those again. If he was going to spill Klein's secret. Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's continue questioning everyone here. Janet. After Bill was killed, Janet came home. She needs the support of her family now. I just wish there were more we could do for her. It breaks my heart to see her suffering this way. Bill. What can you say about a tragedy like that? Edward. He's a kind man. Even though he's suffering through his own loss, he's shown such concern for Janet's welfare. Dave. Lately, I've been worried about him. He's been keeping to himself a lot, locking himself in his room. I have no idea what's going on inside his head. Susie. Don't know her. Okay, let's talk to Janet. Alibi. I didn't go anywhere and nobody came here. I was alone the whole time. Amonis Club. I joined because Kate asked me to. Earrings. Earrings? I've got dozens of pairs. Life insurance. I'm tired now. Please come back some other time. Pistol. I don't know. Bill's birthplace. I don't know anything. Father. I only have a vague recollection of what he looked like. I saw a picture of him once. Marriage. All I wanted was for us to be together. I was so happy when we were together. Knife. A knife? I don't know anything about a knife. Something else. What do you mean? What sort of thing? Don't want to talk about Bill right now. I just can't handle it. Edward. Even his own son's murder wasn't enough to make my father-in-law shed a tear. All he cares about is his stupid company. Fred. You've got to be kidding. Fred? Hey, what did Martha say about the arson? Maybe it's different now that she admitted Klein as her first husband. The last time I asked about the arson is when she said that Klein is her husband. Was her husband, rather. Dave. Dave and I are twins. We spent all our time together ever since we were babies. That's why he resented it when I decided to marry Bill. Stephen. I've met him. I don't know. Susie. I don't know her. Look, I'm tired. I can't think straight. Can we do this some other time? Barb. She only loves Fred. She only cares what happens to him. She hated Bill. She's probably glad he's dead. There's something to this that... Why would she hate him so much? Like, I feel like we're missing something that it would explain that hatred. And Fred hated him too. Like, it's one thing to, like, you know, dislike someone because they're not, you know, biologically related, or, you know, just don't get along with them or whatever. But, like, this seems like there's something behind this hatred. Shelley. She used to be Bill's secretary. That's all I know. Glenn. Don't know it. All right, let's ask Martha about the arson again. Yeah, same response. Let's talk to Dave. Oh, I kind of forgot. I left Alan and his girlfriend at about 10 o'clock. After that, I just took a walk and then headed back home. Don't know anything about any insurance policy. Pistol. There's nothing worth talking about. Father. I barely remember what he looked like. Automobile. I don't have a car. I always ride a bike. Something else. No. Maybe Bill killed Rand McNally? Or the Robbins family? I mean, that would have... Bill would have been pretty young then. Like, is he 32 or 34 when he died? But, like, he would have been 12 or 14. Yeah, he would have been 14. But yeah, I do think it's likely that Edward Robbins killed Robert McNally. I assume that's who you're referring to. It was Robert, right? Did I write that down? I'm sure I wrote it down somewhere. Let's ask about Bill. To be honest, I hated his guts. The guy was a dirtbag. Still, I wouldn't wish death on anyone. Yeah, I guess it's possible people hated him just because he was a dirtbag. But I guess with Barbara in particular, I don't know. Barb and Fred, it seems like... I get the impression it's a hatred that goes back a long time. Why was Susie having an affair with Bill if she hated him? Susie didn't hate Bill. Yeah, she knew he wasn't a good guy. Although, like, I think maybe mixing people up again. Yeah, totally reasonable. I think maybe Susie found out fairly recently that Bill was not a good guy. That's a little bit of an assumption, but That's my hunch. Edward. I barely talked with the guy. Joe. He's kind of a recluse. Not too good with most people, but he's been great to me and Janet. Janet. My sister is in lousy shape. She's cracking up, and I don't want to talk about her, okay? Susie. I've seen her with Bill at the Hungry Fisherman. Shelley. She used to be Bill's secretary. She's a very reliable, bright woman, and nice too. And working for a jerk like that. Almost like he's your real dad? Yeah, almost, huh? Sarah. She plays the piano over at the Hungry Fisherman, right? That's correct. Stephen. Don't know him. Fred. Has he been arrested? Martha. My mom is really worried about Janet. She's afraid she'll never pull herself back together. I don't know that we asked Janet about Martha. She's a wonderful mother. Okay. All right. This is probably a good spot to wrap it up. I'm just going to save over 29. Yes. So, tonight's final score, 75 collecting evidence, maximum points general investigation, 28 interrogation, 80 vital information, and 70 total investigation. Ooh, a new note from Judd. There's a lot of information here to sift through. I know it's difficult, but you can do it, JB. Thank you, Judd. I appreciate your encouragement very much. Okay. Yeah, we did great. I think next week we can wrap this up. I feel very confident. We do have a lot of interrogation to do, but I feel like it'll start to come together pretty quickly. And I'm very excited to see how this all ends up. Let's see. So Friday is going to be a World Builder stream. I always hesitate to announce a game I'm going to play more than a week in advance, but my current plan is that we'll do a World Builder stream this Friday, and then the week after that, I think I want to play Perfect Tides, Meredith Grand's adventure game that was released, I think last year. And I, at one point, I did a stream where I played like the first chunk of that game along with the demo of the Crimson Diamond. And that was a very enjoyable stream. But then I was like, I'm going to be selfish and I'm going to play Perfect Tides just by myself for my own enjoyment. And then I have failed to do so because I never find time to play games unless I'm streaming. And I've been really wanting to get back to that. So I think that's what's coming up next on Fridays. Daniel, you have a new username. Or new display name? I'm very confused. It's showing up differently on my iPad. But new username. Okay, my iPad is displaying your old username, and it's not like it's not letting me give you a shout out. Phantasmagoria 2 stream for Spooktober. Probably not, since we played that not terribly long ago. Though I will say, Halloween is on a Tuesday this year. So I'm definitely going to do something for that. I also feel like I'm generally not one for dressing up for Halloween unless I have a place to go to. But I guess this year I do have a place to go to, which is here. So I feel like I owe it to everyone to arrive in costume for Halloween Spooky Tuesday. I'm not sure what I'll play. I might just play whatever I'm playing at the time, which is probably going to end up being Maupiti Island. But it's probably more fun if I do a special stream. So I'll be thinking about that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Daniel. um, so yeah, so lots of exciting things coming up. And then next Tuesday we'll continue and probably finish this. And then, as I just said, we'll be playing Mopedi Island after that, which is a very cool looking game, and I think has a fair bit in common with this, and has also been described as one of the most difficult games ever made. So very excited about that. It also has text to speech voices for character dialogue. So there's a lot of text in the game that's not read aloud, but anytime you're talking to a character, you'll get this like very robotic voice saying the dialogue, which is very weird and fun. Was Phantasmagoria 2 years ago? Oh my gosh. No, because I haven't been streaming that long, but it's probably close to it at this point. Mousemouth says that's the weekend before Adventure X. Sadly, might not be able to make it the Tuesday before. Okay, got it. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I hope you have a great time at Adventure X. Maple Mystery says, I always do, although I have no idea what my costume will be. I have one idea. I don't know how I feel about it. It would be very funny. I'm not going to say. But I'm thinking very hard about it. It would be very funny, I guess, is the main thing. Maybe that's a good enough reason to do it. Untake Your Crush will be streaming. What day is it? Thursday. She'll be streaming on Thursday. I assume you'll be playing Genshin Impact. Let's see who we can raid here. Ghoul Babe is playing more shape-shifting detective. Cobra is playing Zelda. Ooh, Rush Pirate is quite understandably celebrating Talk Like a Pirate Day. Bumsluff Tornado, Weird Wednesday. Escape from Lavender Island. That's intriguing. I think in the spirit of Talk Like a Pirate Day, we'll say hello to Rush Pirate. That only seems fair, right? Oh, Atari Beer Pong is playing Uninvited? I missed that one. Ooh. On Atari ST? Shit. All right. You convinced me. I can't pass that up. Too many good choices, dang it. Yeah, I guess Talk Like a Pirate Day is over. Okay. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you all, and it's been a great time. Man, I love this game, and I had so much fun playing it tonight. The first half of the stream was a little bit discouraging, but it was worth it in the end. Like I feel like the first half made the last half feel so much more satisfying. So yeah, have a great week. Thank you for hanging out. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you around.